Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right?
A qualifier tournament unlike ever before. Rosters covering every rank on the ladder. Big-time NA League content creators and the brightest players for the future of our region. At the center of it all tonight, two teams playing for a spot in the NACL. One squad of LCS legends determined to recapture their former stardom, the other constructed solely to destroy them and to keep the past in the history books. 64 teams entered, 2 will advance, all of it captured live tonight on our special edition of Tier 3 Tonight. Welcome in, everybody, to Titan Esports' official coverage of the qualifiers here as we bring you a special look into the qualifier bracket so far. But let's meet the rest of our lovely desk here today as we welcome in Shibby, K-Man, and Alorem here. Guys, Shibby, I'll start with you first here. I mean, it's been a wild bracket. How are we feeling this far in?
Oh, excitement. I mean, just pure excitement. We haven't gotten a bracket in a tournament like this. We're getting some upsets already. Yesterday, we're finding ourselves in a precarious position, and I'm happy we're here.
Yeah, it's K-Man, is that similar sentiment? Like, how have you reacted to this? Yeah.
Truly, this has been everything that we could have wanted out of this tournament. We're talking upsets, we're talking close games, we're talking, players breaking out and really making a name for themselves. This has been just about as good as anyone could have anticipated.
Without a doubt. And Lorem, obviously you've seen a lot of these. How are we feeling about the qualifiers so far?
Actually pretty nostalgic to me because I feel that this tournament is more similar to the previous NACL format of 2015 and 2016, back when it was just one big OQ, a whole bunch of teams come in. There was no losers bracket, but what usually happened is there's one super team that everyone's really hyped for, and obviously for this one that it's near airport. So I'm feeling like this is bringing me back in the day when I was still young.
Well, we appreciate you coming in, bringing your wisdom to this one as we go through a lot of the qualifiers. We'll start, obviously, with our overarching look at where the bracket stands on the lower bracket side and the upper bracket side. Obviously, right now, guys, this is the upper bracket we're looking at right now. So it's definitely not where we expected to be. And Alorem, I'll go here to you first. Obviously, you talked about near airport, but how much of this? How much of the rest of this did you really expect?
I can say anybody that did a bracket prediction, I don't think anyone got it right, even close, because a lot of people would say, "Oh yeah, Citadel's going all the way," but it just kind of goes to show that in the OQs, having played in Tier 3 for so long, upsets happen all the time. It's not ever a whack take to say, oh, this guy can upset the other team, because it happens every single time without fail. There's no, maybe the tournament favorite wins, but the top 3, there's usually at least a couple losses that people aren't expecting.
Right.
So expected, but I'm not surprised.
And then K-Man, I mean, just look at the names that are, are blurred out here, like that lost in the matchups even before we got here. That might be more shocking than the top 4 we have now.
Absolutely. I mean, you couldn't predict teams like Citadel going out as early as they did. A team like Respawn, going out. There are some really big heavy hitters down in the lower bracket, and I think what that's created is essentially this big old pot of soup down in that lower bracket to see who will be the one to kind of make it out alive.
Yeah, and Shibby, I mean, we're going to get into this lower bracket soon. I got to get the Shibby take. Like, how did we get here? Like, how do you think we ended up with this upper bracket?
Listen, Slayer, I'm gonna say something that I need everyone to reiterate, keep in their minds. You cannot fake the funk. This is something that I've always felt about. It's impossible to do, regardless of what this bracket looks like. Each of these teams that have entered into this upper bracket, each of the teams that are in that lower bracket side, I mean, you're there because of the product of your practice, the product of who you are. You don't luck into stuff like this, and you don't magically lose, right? There's a reason. So keep that in mind, guys. You cannot fake the funk.
Cannot fake the funk, and we're about to get funky fresh here with our pre-show. Introduce a bit of a new thing. We talked about the upper bracket. Lower bracket matchups have been ongoing to get towards this point, so we get a look at the lower bracket as a whole, and we do have a lot of these fun matchups already finished, actually, on this losers bracket side. But, Lorem, I want to go back to you here really quickly before we jump into any of these game alerts. talk about, I know the Respawn team was one that you focused on being down here in this spot when we were looking at this bracket before.
Surprised everybody's putting them kind of in the top 3, and they had been working on this team since maybe a couple months before, so I feel like they're actually one of the first teams that were gathering practice, getting a lot of runs in before everybody else. So in theory they should be a little bit more practiced than everybody else. Of course, in the OQ it all comes down to game day. The practice you did before is just what you're going to show onto the Rift. But I guess with the matchup that they had of being in the top side of the bracket, everybody saw that, and the top side was way harder than the bottom side. It's no secret. It wasn't a Mickey Mouse bracket. They're playing against a lot of really tough teams. I'm still cheering for them. I played with Chad before. I think Chad's a great jungler, and he's kind of shown that he's obviously tier 2 level over the years of playing in that. I do have some concerns for their bot side. I think it's the weakest side of their team. But if they can kind of get through that, I believe in my boy Chad. I believe in him to make it all the way.
We'll have to see what they look like up against some of these other squads. We're getting game alert updates across all of these series. You're going to look here at the end of the Fisher UCI series, Shibby, which was just complete shootout, but it's UCI at it again.
Yeah, look, classic collegiate matchup. If I see this in CLOL, if I see this year or next year, it may turn out similar. This is why Fisher is ranked so highly as they take down UCI 2-0. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. The West are frauds.
And here we go with the other side of the lower bracket. Here is the Pipilala team shutting down Saving Private Dozer in this one. Alorum looking to make the run from the very bottom of the bracket. Okay. I mean, that's a fair assessment, but they will not be moving on here. It's Citadel and Galaxy Gaming next up here. This one was an absolute slapstick game number 1. But game 2 came in. It really feels like Citadel are hitting that form that they needed to, maybe a bit earlier.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. They are hitting form at the exact right time. This team really struggled out of the gate to be able to find some consistency, but everything is really coming up now, and I think they have a really good shot to make a lower bracket run.
Yeah, so we got all the matchups here that just went on from losers round 5, and initial reaction here, Shibby, is that the fact that were we really expecting straight 2-0s through the whole? I mean, I think we speed ran round 5 of the losers.
Yeah, with how odd yesterday was, with all us going to game 3s consistently, I feel like we needed a bit of normalcy. I feel like we needed a day where, yes, this team should 2-0 this team, right? Fisher should beat UCI. I like Pipilala should beat Saving Private Dozer, that kind of stuff, right? We kind of got some restoration and order in peace of the NACL OQs. I think 2-0s was expected.
2-0s, maybe expected by some, nonetheless. But now, K-Man, I know you've been on the Citadel side here. I mean, how convincing does this 2-0 over Galaxy Gaming feel for you based off everything you saw to start off this qualifier from them?
Yeah, I think this is really a culmination of a lot of the things that they have been building towards for the past week or so. This was a team that we have to remember was formed pretty late into the process, only announced about a week before the OQs ended up starting, and they didn't have a ton of time to be able to gel together. We saw that come out in some of their team fight issues, especially in that first weekend, but I think with more time to gel, with more time to get that communication under track, we are definitely seeing a much more consistent game out of them from start to finish.
Consistency is going to be key here for Citadel, but we've got a lot of time to talk about how the rest of this qualifiers bracket looks. But this show is here to try and showcase one of the teams promoted to the NACL. So it's time to meet our casters for tonight's Near Airport versus Friendly Fellas matchup. It's Yanni and Quacks. Guys, when we throw you on in here, got to hit me with your keys to success for tonight's matchup while everyone gets to meet you.
Absolutely, man. Slayer, thank you so much for introducing us. And friends, my name is Yanni. I'm joined here by Quacks. Quacks, we get to sink our teeth into potentially the marquee matchup of the NACL Open Qualifier, a fearless best of 5 where the winner qualifies to the NACL. Near Airport Doublelifts team going up against the Friendly Fellas, the team built to beat Near Airport.
Yep, that's what Wixie said in his tweet, and overall, that has kind of been the consensus on how these guys have operated. You can certainly see shades of them potentially being the kryptonite over toward Double F's team, but honestly, just looking at the players themselves, they are very, very similar in trajectory to some of the Double F teams. Maybe not, or some of the Double F members, maybe not on the sense of, oh, they're tier one players, they've gone to Worlds and they've done all this crazy stuff, but they have also been successful in tier two, right? You know, a lot of people, when they talk about OQs, like to talk about the rookies. They like to talk about the people on the come up. These are people that got a second wind for competition and are looking to get a second flame to reignite their careers. And so that makes it super exciting to see which of these guys is going to get back into that position, who is going to get back into that spot to get into the NACL and really start that journey, or rather restart that journey.
Yeah, it's the question of, do the old boys still got it? Or can the tier two kids get back by beating some of the North American goats? A couple of first opportunities for some, couple of players like Dunn and Tyson, even TF Blade to a certain extent, who
Yeah.
haven't really played at a competitive level into like tier two. These guys have an opportunity to get in for the first time. Meanwhile, second chances for many. You know, if Griffin gets in, Moose Hater, Wixie, you know, these guys are gunning for it. Of course, everybody over on Near Airport as well, with the star-studded names over there. Quacks, I have to ask, who do you think is going to be the player to watch in this series?
Oh, it's got to be Spica, right? I mean, when you talk about players who are looking for that second flame, Spica is a forest fire wanting to reignite his own career, right? Because this is a guy who everyone said would be not just the best jungler, but potentially the best player in the entire tournament, right? Leaps and bounds above the competition. And he has been playing exactly like that, right? There has never been a game where you think, oh, Spica, he seems like he's a little bit behind at this point in time, because he's always been ahead. He's always been on top of things. He is the main carry for Near Airport. And really, this is just one skip in his step here. He not only wants to get into NACL, but I could totally see the aspirations going further, right? Wanting to get back into the LTA, wanting to get back into tier one. Those aspirations reach far, and this is just the first step in a very long journey for him.
The journey is been started. We're potentially at the halfway point if Near Airport are able to come away with a victory. And I love how you mentioned that while there have been a lot of good players in this tournament, that Speak has been tearing it up, but we will have an opportunity to talk about some of these other good players that are still hanging around down in the lower bracket. You know, the other match that we have in the upper bracket as well. So we're going to toss it back to the desk as they discuss all of the ongoings of the NACL Open Qualifier, and they'll even dig into our matchup tonight. We'll see you guys, myself and Quacks, in, you know, about 45 minutes when the game starts.
Yeah, those casters, they'll get their time to shine here. We're all about the desk, previewing the matchup for them. And Alorm, I want to go to you here, you know, talking about the keys that you heard from our casters. What really sticks out to you for this matchup, Near Airport versus Friendly Fellas?
Well, I think they made a big point of bringing up Spica because I think he's kind of the shining. Obviously, there are a lot of very good players on Near Airport, but Spica in particular has been, I think, a head and shoulders above everyone else. That being said, I do think Griffin is up to the task. I've played with him a lot. He's a great player. My focus really is on the mid lane because Pobelter, I've always held a very high respect for Pobelter. I think he's a great player. And I think a lot of people will have a few questions about whether Dunn can handle Pobelter as the series goes on, because in a best of five, you would expect someone like Dunn, who has uh, been a Victor main for so long, what is he going to do as these control mages go further down and down? I think they're both similar players in the fact that they like control mages a lot, but I do think that Pobelter has the advantage in this one.
Well, those are two mid jungle. Be fun to look out for in this one, but we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. I want to make sure we really soak in the road to get here, guys, and make sure to really illustrate like the teams some of these squads have beaten to get here. And Shibby, I'm going to steal a bit of your lingo here. The journey for these teams like Dog Fans, AMI, Friendly Fellas, like it just cannot be faked. This is a legit run that they ran on to get to this point.
Yeah, I mean, Dog Fans came in beating Gravity and so on and so forth. So I think there's a lot of funk that can't be faked here.
No, really can't be. But K-Men, looking up at our other side matchup, Dog Fans versus AMI. I mean, what really excites you going into this one?
Well, I think this is a really interesting matchup on paper because when I look at both of these teams, I see just how much both of them want to prioritize objective control and just how much that is really the core identity of both of these teams. Apex has the highest Dragon priority in the entire tournament. They're very happy to play for a sole win condition. Dog fans' objective control has been excellent. King Clueless, very much someone who really prioritizes that. And so really what jumps out to me is just whoever's going to be able to control a lot of those mid-game skirmishes is likely going to be able to generate quite an advantage there.
And then, Lauren, for you on this side of the matchup, talk to me about some of these players in this one that you've had some time playing against, playing with through your many years in the qualifiers.
I'm kind of in agreement. I actually am pretty high on King Clueless. I think that he's pretty good over the years in solo queue. I've played with him. He always has really great performances. And on top of all of that, I think a lot of people that have been around for a while are kind of cheering for Pacus to win because Pacus has been at it for, a pretty long time. And
yeah.
I think a lot of people really want to see him win. We want to see Pacus in tier 2 and see what he can do there. So I'm kind of hoping for that.
Well, we'll have to see if Pacus can get the job done here. And, one name we didn't mention that I think Shibby's kind of a fan of this guy, but how about Shibby, this low jazz guy for AMI?
My brothers and sisters, we are the lucky ones. All of us gathered here today together to bask in the glory of low jazz. For too long we have lived in darkness. We've been led astray by false prophets. But now we know the truth. You have been chosen to join my cause, to become part of the movement that will shake the very foundations of the North American Challengers League. Together, we will tear down the temples of false gods and break the chains of their followers. We will restore worship of the true gods to their rightful place, and we will be rewarded with power and glory beyond measure. This will not be an easy path, but we will not be swayed. We are the chosen ones, the ones who will bring about the year of low jazz.
Gee, thanks, Jimmy, for the fascination with low jazz. But, K-Man, the stats on this guy may actually back up whatever we just got from Shibby.
Yeah, despite how ominous that was from Shibby, I'm considering joining whatever's going on there because, you can look at the stats, you can look at the progression. He's correctly shown to be an aura farmer here, but everything on the Rift is also pretty fantastic. One thing that's really impressed me about Low Jazz has been the champion variety throughout this entire tournament. He's had excellent games on Wukong, on Maokai, on Nidalee. You can play early game, late game. He can generate tempo. It's all just such a complete package. He's able to generate leads even on weaker matchups. It's just been a fantastic thing to watch.
And then, Lauren, for you, obviously, you're a big fan of King Clueless. You got the stats in front of you for Low Jazz. Do you feel like this is almost like a marquee matchup now with how much Low Jazz and King Clueless hype we've already brought from this desk?
So while I think that both of them are pretty solid, I'm not really on board with whatever was just said. I need to see more from Low Jazz before I can put him in a position above, oh yeah, this guy can make some rounds in the tier 3 scene. And I think that's kind of a bar I want to set for a lot of these upcoming junglers is you need to really show that you're an obvious tier 2 jungler and not just, oh yeah, he can take off some games in tier 3. It's not enough.
All right. Yeah, that's a good way to grade it. And hey, we'll be finding out and updating you live on the other series as we go through here on Titan Esports. But that is enough love, in my opinion, for the junglers, especially coming from Shipster there as a jungle player. Let's talk about a guy who's put in a bid potentially for MVP of this tournament, K-Man. Talk to me about the ADC Nightstar on the other side of this matchup.
Yeah, Nightstar has been about as good as you could possibly ask for. He's been one of the most consistent carries in the entire tournament. And I think what, again, really impresses me specifically for him is oftentimes you see AD carries have to trade either aggressive tendencies, getting caught out a bit more than normal in order to make those kinds of impacts at this level. But he doesn't have to sacrifice that safety. His positioning, his timing, they're elite qualities for him. He's able to dominate skirmishes in the bot lane, team fights, and they often utilize that to win those bot lane 2v2s. One of the scariest things that you have to play into when it comes to Nightstar, if you make a mistake around him, he will capitalize. One of the most dangerous players to go into it this entire tournament. And honestly, if you're not awake yet on Nightstar, you definitely should be. He has absolutely been one of the best players here in Tier 3.
And then, Lauren, to go back to you here, like obviously you played against Nightstar. I know you're a big fan of Nightstar for a while now.
I actually think Nightstar is the best player on their team by a pretty wide margin.
There we go.
There were a couple years ago, or it might have been 2 years ago now. If Nightstar, you're watching this, you might have to correct me. I came into your stream while you're in Korea grinding and saying, I've got my eye on you. Because I had this feeling watching him playing on other OQ teams before he started being on a winning roster, for a lack of a better words. Now that he's on more of a winning roster right now, he's able to shine more. And, I just say I predicted this years ago.
Yeah, you have been completely tapped in, and Nightstar has definitely been performing exactly to standards so far. So, hey, that's the other side of the matchup here, right? So we've got the AMI side up against the Dog fans. Obviously, though, we will have to get to and break down this near airport friendly fellas broadcast that you are going to get live here on Titan Esports. But before we get into all that, we're going to take just a short break. On the other side, break down our matchup with an NACL spot on the line. it's always fun to talk about the lower bracket and all that, but we're here to promote a team to the NACL today, and we have our two teams. We'll start with the Friendly Fellas. You can see the roster below us. Moose Hater in the top side with his awesome champion picks. Griffin at the jungle. Dunn stepping in the mid lane and playing very, very well. Wixie, arguably the MVP at the marksman of this team so far, and then Tyson to round out this bottom lane, and K-Man. I know in your special style, shout out to your YouTube channel. Everyone got to check it out if they can. Broke down how the Friendly Fellas got here.
Yeah, there is a lot to talk about in terms of how the fellas ended up getting to this spot. It starts obviously a long time ago, but it ends with the Duckies series. And what really catches my eye when you look at this series here is the Draven Blitz in the lane. This is something that we've seen super consistently out of the Friendly Fellas bot lane. This confidence showing that Wixie not only wants to win, but wants to win hard, wants to dominate lane. He wants to come out and absolutely destroy whoever he's going into. Certainly makes for an interesting matchup here today. But I think we can look at these drafts in particular as great examples of what regular drafts for the Friendly Fellas can look like. Tyson's ability to be a playmaker on things like Blitzcrank, it opens up so many different opportunities for the rest of the team to be able to focus on their individual strengths. You don't need a ridiculous amount of early game pressure coming in from Griffin or Dunn or Moose Hater. If you do have that pressure coming down on the bot side, it allows a lot of those other players to really be a lot more comfortable. And you saw that specifically here in the Ducky series.
Yeah, so the Ducky series was one big one to highlight, but K-Man, you were kind of already alluding to it. For people not too tuned into the Friendly Fellas games, playstyle-wise, what are you expecting to see tonight?
Well, lucky for us, the fellas have been pretty consistent when it comes to their play style over the course of this tournament up until this point. They definitely have shown a propensity to play for some late games. They rely a lot on Griffin to try and stabilize in the early game for Wixie and Tyson to be able to create some action on the bottom side with things like Corky and engage playmakers, things like Nautilus and Blitzcrank. But this team's identity exists in the 5v5 team fight stage of the game. That is where they really want to try and generate a lot of their leads. When you look at players like Moose Hater that have really had success in the past, when you even look at a player like Dunn in the mid lane, these players are very much inclined to have their strengths move to that 5v5 section of the game. And so we could potentially be seeing them draft for that. We haven't really seen them move around all that much, but if they do want to mix things up, their team fights are consistent enough individually as players to potentially draft some more aggressive lanes and be able to make it work in the back half anyways. Either way, it's going to be interesting to see if they have a surprise up their sleeve in any way, or if they're just going to stick to this more late game scaling kind of ideology that they've had recently.
God, I feel like a fanboy. I just watched a K-Man's video live on our stream. That was awesome. But Jimmy, aggressive lanes, that's an intriguing prospect given, some of the lesser known players on this Friendly Fellas roster.
Yeah, I think the word that K-Man brought up is consistency, right? Their play style. And the fact that the Friendly Fellas, I know Dunn's playing right now, but the fact that they've been able to slot in both Dunn and Gamer Girl into the mid lane, in my opinion, arguably the most important role in the game, or has been for a very long time. The fact that they can achieve this level of success here is a testament to how defined and digestible their play style is. Success, guys.
Success. Yeah, that's what they're looking for today. And then, Laura, to pull from your knowledge tree here, talk to me about what you know about Wixie, potentially matching up against Moose Hater, stylistically, what you've seen from these guys in your past.
Well, to reiterate on the previous points, I feel like this team is composed of a whole bunch of veteran players, and if you look at their team comps, it's if you went into Chat GPT and said, build me a League of Legends team comp, which is not necessarily a bad thing for tier 3, because if your team comps end up the same way every time, no matter which champions, you can just do that and just keep on being that, oh, we're just good at this style, we're going to keep doing it until we win, and if we lose, it is what it is. So I actually really like that about them. And what I really like about Moose Hater in particular is he's been doing things that people only pick up on later. Like he's got the Zac and the Garen, which he was doing long before anyone else. And it's so funny because when I was matching up against Moose Hater in previous matches and solo queue, I go, oh, it's just Moose Hater. Like, whatever. It's not a big deal. But for some reason, Moose Hater always ends up getting turbo fed every game. I don't know how he does it, but you can never count him out.
Could never count Moose Hader out. Certainly shouldn't for this matchup, but he has got one hell of a team staring him down on the other side. It is time to introduce a team that really doesn't need much of an introduction, at least by my regards. It's going to be this near airport roster, and you all know the names from so many corners of League of Legends. TF played the rank 1 legend himself in the top lane, Spica at the jungle position, arguably another MVP candidate for the tournament so far. Pole Belter back from vacation into the mid lane, double lift the LCS legend himself at AD carry alongside a trusted support that he had won multiple championships with, Bio Frost, to round out near airport. Now, Alorum, I want to go back to you really quickly here. Obviously, I want to gauge what your hype was for this roster coming in, what you expected them to do up to this point, and if those expectations have been met.
I do think they'll win, and I think they are currently meeting expectations. I don't think there's anything they've done that was like, oh, maybe they're a little shaky. I'm not gonna say that they're as good as Los Ratones, because they're not. Maybe they're a little closer to the Ruddy Sack, but I still think they're favorites going into the tournament. I'd say maybe their one shaky area is TF Blade, and even then, like, TF Blade is no slouch. He's obviously a very good player. I think a big highlight of this team right now, and we've talked about it before, is their mid jungle. I'm very big on Spica and Pobelter. Not to say that anyone else isn't going to be a carry, but you can confidently expect that any of the positions on this team are going to be a threat against someone else. You can't count any of the lanes out.
Yeah, you really cannot cave in, and I mean, they were this level of favorites for a reason, right?
Oh, definitely. Like, it's no secret. Near Airport were the big favorites coming into this tournament. The expectations were sky high for this team, and somehow, some way, it seems that they have met them. They don't have the easiest road in the entire world. They didn't have the easiest side of the bracket. They had to take down teams like Respawn and UCI to get here, but there's actually been very little resistance to their strengths, which has impressed me a ton.
And then Chibi, I mean, this is partly why people expected so much success from this team, right? I mean, the trophy case for some of these players, we're struggling to fit it in on this graphic.
Yeah, pedigree is all I have to say here. I think the better question isn't to ask, like, oh, what are these players going to do? How are they going to match up? It's, can they even break a sweat in Tier 3? Is there enough strength, enough resistance in the Tier 3 ecosystem where some of the best teams have been gathered from Tier 2 and Tier 3 to create this promotion level tournament? And so far, these guys have just been breezing through it. Right? Is that championship pedigree? Is that cool mental? I couldn't tell you, but I think those are better questions to ask you.
Yeah, and Kevin, just to dive a bit more into the matchup, I mean, you heard some of what Lauren was talking about, how some of these guys are just, stylistically so hard to really match up with. Looking in, as we start to break down this matchup in all of its entirety, what are some of these guys that have been standing out to you the most on the near airport side?
Well, honestly, I'm going to have to echo Alorum a little bit here. Pobelter has really stood out to me in a very positive way for near airport so far. He's been excellent in mid lane as a stabilizing presence for the team. It just really creates and kind of complements a lot of the skill sets. Spica can be that really aggressive jungle. Biofrost can be this big playmaker, but Pobelter is kind of that rock in the mid lane that you can really rely on. He's going to be good in a lot of these team fights. And I think he's really been kind of an anchor for them. But because of that, a key point for me will be how this team responds to potentially not having some of the early game pressure that they've had. We haven't really seen them struggle in that way. So I'm interested to see from a playstyle perspective how that ends up working.
We'll have to see. But before we can get there, folks, we're going to go back to another short intermission. On the other side, we're going to take maybe a little bit bigger of a look at how some of those quick series ended up in the lower bracket, and then really get into the nitty-gritty of these head-to-head matchups between Near Airport and Friendly Fellows across all of the lanes. We'll be back with all that in a short few. Welcome back, everybody, to the qualifier special edition of Tier 3 tonight, brought to you by Titan Esports. I alluded to it a little bit before we went to break, but it's now time to take a more holistic look at round 5 of the lower bracket, soak in all of these matchups, and we'll start with this F5 taking on St. Clair matchup up on towards the upper side of the lower bracket. And this one was cool for many reasons, because really you're going to see here, obviously in this bottom lane skirmishing to kick things off, this game was really back and forth through the close early frames. You had an Ashe lead coming across from the Friendly Fellas side, but this is the fight where it's all defined, and it's the former top lane starter Ricky LaFleur that gets it home with the Olaf here, K-Man.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unbelievable fight. The Olaf is just able to get into the backline. You have all of this CC coming down, and the damage at that point is just undeniable. Olaf ends up shredding through that backline, ends up picking up a triple kill, could have been a quadra kill. They end up being able to push on and end the game relatively easily from there, but things were definitely looking a bit more up in the air throughout game number 1.
Yeah, this is just such a moment when you talk about the tempo that you gain by winning these game 1s when they're so close. This one, you pointed out so well, K-Man, was defined by that dragon fight. When you get an Olaf ahead, this is what seems to happen. But there's a best of 3 ahead of us for a reason, and unfortunately for the Friendly Fellas side, this one, not Friendly Fellas, excuse me, I'm switching on my friendly teams. The St. Clair kind of just drubbed this one, and it was awesome to see Flocon on his way, and this Lilia from Maddie. These are staple champions for the St. Clair roster that is still alive and well in the lower bracket.
Absolutely. I mean, Flocon has been absolutely unreal throughout this tournament. They've really been able to push forward through the middle of the map. St. Clair is looking excellent after dropping down to the lower part of the bracket. I think a lot of people were really talking about Fantastic Five after the upset yesterday, but St. Clair really shutting that down with the opportunity they had.
And now we get to throw it to our interviewee correspondent, Ferris himself, who was on the sidelines or post-game talking to Miracle after their dominant 2-0 victory.
Thank you so much, Desk. We are here for an interview. This time it is with St. Clair College's Miracle. And Miracle Man, you guys just came off quite the stop there against Fantastic Five. So you guys must be feeling good about that. But talk to me about your vibes heading into this match, coming off the upset, or what a lot of people said was an upset against Slated 6. Did that play into how you guys were feeling before this match?
I mean, low-key, we thought it was kind of free because we've scrimmed like this team before, and I feel like we're playing pretty decent. So it was, for most people, I think it was like an upset, but for us, we were just expecting to win today.
Nice. I mean, obviously it worked out. You guys had it all figured out. Things went well for you. Many people were predicting St. Clair to be a potential day 4 berth team. That's where you guys are now. Not a lot of people might have said, I don't think many people have said, you guys are expected to get to that final weekend. You have a matchup against Tempest going into this qualifier. They had dropped a game to Dog fans. A lot of people didn't think Tempest was going to lose that early on, had them as the number 1 team. Has your perception of Tempest changed since that series happened? Did that give you guys a little bit of extra hope, rather, or are you just kind of preparing regardless of how those results actually panned out?
I think the players on Tempest are really good, so regardless, we'll have to play well, even if they lost to like a weaker team. I think we just need to like play our best and give it our best shot, I think.
So what would you say, just as a final wrap up here, anyone doubting St. Clair's ability to get to that final weekend, what would you say to anyone that doesn't believe that you guys can push and get to that next spot in the tournament?
I mean, people had us like, I don't think anyone had us on their balance sheet, so I guess we're the underdogs, but just got to keep watching us. St. Clair on top, right?
St. Clair on top. That's certainly what you guys are hoping for there. You guys got a match up against Tempest. So that is it. Thank you so much, Miracle. And Desk, we're going to head right back over to you.
Thank you so much, Ferris. There is one collegiate team still alive. Well, more than one, but St. Clair are moving on. We had a collegiate battle on the other side of the lower bracket here. Let's take a look into the UCI versus Fisher College matchup. This one was the classic East versus West. I mean, I don't think you could, geographically across the U.S. get more opposed from sides. SoCal all the way over to the eastern seaboard. And this one was an absolute slugfest right out the gate, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, pretty massive UCI win on this team fight. I mean, these two guys have been battling back and forth. I can't imagine how many scrims these guys have played, how many times they've met up in person here. But I mean, just look at the strength of Rosethorn, of Zhao Danny, just coming in and rolling through here. Not to be outdone, though. Fisher, who have brought in a bit of a new EU roster. You say it's East and West. It might be NA versus Europe because Brabro, Waina, and the gang are just rolling through UCI here. I mean, just beautiful, beautiful imports, beautiful play from Fisher. And I mean, you know, obviously, like you said, it's a best of 3. We've got more to go through, and just another insane Olaf gameplay. I feel like Olaf is rising in priority here. I feel like we're going to see a lot more of it later today. And the fact that Fisher are just kind of on point, right? I mean, really good Kindred play from Burns. Again, Brabro on this AD carry side. Very, very good Xayah gameplay. Not to be outdone, though, UCI having kind of trading blows back and forth. This final game, insane. Yeah. Absolutely crazy too, right? I mean, just looking at from Fisher's side, just doing insane work here, you know, with their EU imports, how they're fighting UCI. I mean, a classic collegiate matchup. I'm excited for later on this year when they inevitably face off again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a foregone conclusion, but now we do have an idea of the matchups ahead in this lower bracket. So really quickly, Alorum, you know, looking at these future matchups, Tempest versus St. Clair, we already, or actually, St. Clair taking on Tempest, Dorado Gaming, Fisher College, Respawn and Citadel. I mean, is that the one that sticks out to you, Alorum?
I think for most people it will be. Those are one of the 2 top 3 teams in the entire tournament. You could say near Airport, Citadel, Respawn, your top 3, and you wouldn't be crazy. And the fact that one of them is not going to make it is going to be a pretty big deal for everybody. I got to give it a little bit more towards Citadel. I think Respawn's been a little shaky. Not that Citadel hasn't. We've seen that they're in the losers bracket for a reason. We know they're not gods. They can fall just as easy as everyone else. So that one's going to be a really interesting game. I also think on the top side of that losers bracket, when we're going to Tempest to St. Clair, I think that one's going to be a strict hands difference. I say this a lot about the top collegiate teams, other than maybe Maryville. Sometimes it just feels like whoever's got the better hands, and we saw it in this extremely bloody game. At the end of the day, it was whoever's just winning a team fight. There was no crazy, disgusting macro move that was like, oh my, wow, like they completely outmaneuvered him. It was just a strict, we win this team fight, we're going to win the game.
Win team fights, win games. Well, if you're a fan of team fights, we got one final look in to a matchup we had, maybe the most hyped one you see in this lower bracket. Citadel taking on Galaxy Gaming. This was, you know, arguably you have the conversations about the 2 teams who could potentially promote. These were 2 rosters that were brought up here, and this one was bloody right from the get-go, but it was actually K-Man Galaxy who really swung out to strike first with this Kaido classic Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty uncharacteristic for Citadel. The game's being bloody definitely isn't, but watching them lose some mid-game team fights, surrender some pressure, it wasn't ideal for them, but they are able to completely pull it back here with a fantastic team fight win. And the reason that this is so encouraging is because Citadel has really struggled to be able to take a lot of these team fight victories throughout their entire tournament bracket run, to go down early on in this game, to be able to survive, having a really nice push at the end of this, being able to take game number 1 in a dominant fashion off of the back of Instinct going 7-1-4 on Zeri. It was a really, really great look. And then as you push into game number 2, this is really where things start to go Citadel's way. This is the version of this team that we have seen on the lower side of the bracket, the version of the team that's able to skirmish everywhere on the map, take fight after fight, and win all of them everywhere they can. They end up getting around this sole point, and just great positioning for them to be able to show up. You see Bradley on the other side of this fight, but a fantastic ult coming in from Trevor onto the Leona. Bradley just ends up completely blowing up the Syndra, and by that point, the fight is over. Too much damage has come down. It's sole point in favor of Citadel, and from that point, they can just walk it down and take the series 2-0.
Yeah, so that's it. Citadel maybe looking their best at the most important juncture, and we have a bit of extra insight that we'll get about that. Our interview correspondent himself, Ferris, got to sit down with Bradley after their dominating 2-0 over Galaxy Gaming. Take a listen.
Thank you so much, Desk. I am here with Citadel's Bradley after their win against Galaxy in the lower bracket. So Bradley, I just want to start off. You guys took the loss to Friendly Fellas way back. A lot of people were talking a bit crazy, saying, oh, maybe Citadel's washed. Maybe Citadel is dropping in the lower bracket. Now that you guys are kind of catching steam here, you just took down Galaxy. What would you say to anyone that's doubting that Citadel will actually be the ones to make it to the NACL from the lower bracket?
I mean, I do think, like, you know, Friendly Fellas or whatever the team called, I mean, they played pretty well in the day. I think it was just one of those days for us where we kind of weren't fully ready for them. I mean, you know, not to discredit them, I think they did play really well. But I do think, like, after the loss, not to, like, say we took it more seriously, but I do think it gave us more time to, like, play versus, like, the lower tier teams and kind of build up some of the synergy that I think we'll need for, like, the other teams. And then now that we have that, I don't think we're worried at all.
So you've been a really successful player in Tier 2 before with FlyQuest Challengers, Team Liquid Challengers. You had more experience up there than other players can say in this qualifier. Has that been a big motivator for you in this qualifier, is to kind of get back to that NACL, be that dominant force that you have been, and making sure that you don't fall here so that, you know, you can get back to that level? Has that been a big motivator for you?
For me personally, you know, when I was, like, most successful, I was playing top. So I think at the start of, or kind of in the middle of last year, is when I, like, made the actual transition back to mid. And I think since then I've kind of been wanting to, not necessarily a new life be it, but kind of like it's almost like reproving yourself, right? Because it is a new role. You know, you do have different things you have to worry and focus about. But I do think, like, the advantage that I have playing in NACL in general is definitely helpful, and it's motivating because certain things about the game can just be really easy, you know, lane rotations, macro decisions, you know, it's really easy to comp that. And especially with someone who I've already played with before and, like, you know, won the entirety of NACL with before, I know exactly how he likes to play just for playing with them and winning with them. So it's definitely been pretty easy and motivating. Yeah.
Nice. And so next for Citadel is Respawn, and they struggled to near airport. They kind of got squashed by them. Has Respawn stock fallen in your eyes when you look ahead to that matchup, or do you still take them with the same sort of seriousness? How do you compare them to maybe something like your matchup against Galaxy? Where do you kind of see Respawn at?
I think Respawn is kind of more like a wild card. I feel like their champion pools are pretty big, I would say. So definitely have to keep out for, or like look out for draft and focus heavily on draft. Because I think versus Galaxy, right? I think they have certain players who are good on X champions, but then they might fall off. Like, for example, Arendale's really good on ASOL, right? But, like, as we showed, we just had no problem banning it and then, like, focusing on different stuff, and it proved to be pretty good, right? But I do think this other team that we're now playing against on Respawn kind of has, like, X factors and, like, different roles, right? I mean, Shochi plays a lot of different champs. I think Chad could bust out a lot of different champs, right? So kind of looking out for that, and then, you know, we'll go from there.
All right, well, we'll be paying attention to that matchup. That's going to be an exciting one to watch. Thank you so much, Bradley, for taking the time today.
Thank you.
Desk, we'll head it right back to you.
Thank you, of course, Ferris. We are now back on the desk, and it's good to hear. I like hearing Bradley's mindset as a guy who, you know, all the success in the top lane, now coming back to the mid lane, looking to make his mark ever since the NACL. So that is very fun to see. But enough talking about the losers bracket here. Let's focus back in on our marquee matchup near airport, taking on the Friendly Fellas. And Alorum, we haven't got to talk about your lane yet, and I want you to walk us through this matchup between TF Blade and Moose Hater, because I know you got a lot to say about it.
Yeah, so we have essentially what's two polar opposites. TF Blade, extremely well known for specifically, I'd say, Jax and Aurelia. That's what's going to be really interesting about this part, and where this game, and kind of what we've discussed before on maybe TF Blade kind of being the weaker point of near airport. He's very, very good on Jax and Aurelia, and I can test this myself, played against it many times. But as his champ pool gets choked more and more, he gets maybe a little shakier on these carries, but he plays it very similarly. He's always a very aggressive player, and I can attest that if he sees any angle of a potential solo kill, he's going to go for it at any time. He likes to play for health trades, and in health trades, most of the time that favors the bruiser over the tank, which is going over to Moose Hater's side, where he plays a lot of kind of more in just weird stuff. Like I kind of want to say Moose Hater's a little bit like me, where he has weird stuff going on. Historically, he's the one. I've said this earlier. He kind of did Garen a lot before anybody else. He was doing Zac. In this tournament, he's been Dr. Mundo, which no top laner, including myself, dare touch because his early game is so bad. But Moose Hater has kind of perfected the style of playing these bruiser, beefy boys and just sitting back and letting himself scale. He's always keeping up in CS. And it's just a champion pool that no one knows specifically how to deal with. That's the weird thing about these top lane champ pools. I'd say with TF Blade, a lot of people know what it's like to play against a hyper aggressive carry, but not everybody knows how to deal with someone who is willing to sit back and just kind of let things happen while he lets his team scale, and he'll be very useful in the team fight later.
Two different facets of the same role. Very fun to hear Aloran put it so eloquently, but Shibby, knowing all of that, right? How are you feeling about this matchup, like in the top lane?
I mean, it's get weird or get out, right? For Moose Hater. That's pretty much how I would describe it. I mean, TF Blade, prototypical carry top laner, guy hits rank 1. It's funny that Aloran mentions the fact that, like, you know, you understand you can play against carry laners. I feel like the zoo that is North American solo queue kind of preps you maybe a little bit for Moose Haters champions, but at this level, you can never really expect what this guy's going to do. Aloran brought up very great points. The Garen, the Zac, the Mundo, and I'm sure maybe he'll take a page out of Aloran's book. Maybe Aloran's been putting the secret sauce of the Sejuani top lane in his ear.
And then before we move off this top lane, Aloran, quickly, you pointed out so much how different these guys are, but they have to match up. How do you see this matchup playing out across this series?
I see it going 0-0-0 in the top lane for a very significant portion of the game, specifically the early game. Here's how I imagine in my head, having played versus TF Blade before and kind of putting in my shoes if I was Moose Hater. I'm going to pick something that's going to stalemate whatever carry he plays, whether it's blind, and then you get some bans to defend your blind, or if Moose Hater's on red, he's going to kind of pick something that is a soft counter. And then he's going to sit back. He's going to get his farm. TF Blade, I know him. He gets bored. He's going to see these tanks. He's like, man, why is he not doing anything? He's going to go a little bit forward. And I think only if he gets too bored is he going to maybe die to something a little bit too aggressive. But I have a very strong feeling that Moose Hater is up to the task to just kind of soak up any kind of aggression TF Blade has. There's a chance that because of that, TF Blade will be using his prio in lane. A lot of these carries do get early on prio. Maybe they can do something around the top side. But this matchup is, while it is strange, I don't think we're going to get a ton of back and forth solo kills. I think the most of the action around the airport is going to be in the bot side this series.
Or mid jungle. All right, so unique matchup nonetheless, but Moose Hater to the task. K-Man, how do you feel about all this? Because I know you've been a guy who thinks that the way TF Blade's been playing has really been partly what's leveled up near airport so far.
Yeah, I think there is a lot to discuss when it comes to near airport, but I think TF Blade gets lost in the shuffle sometimes in terms of this conversation that we have. We have all of these champions and all of these different positions. You have Spica and Double Lift and Biofrost who have all won together. You've got Pobelter and Double Lift who have won together, but TF Blade, I think, is really what turns this team from like a really good team with some weaknesses to like a 5-headed monster, because TF Blade is the kind of player that really can take over a game if you leave him alone, if you're not prepared to be able to deal with him. We've seen that regularly throughout the early parts of this bracket, is the teams that didn't have top laners that were able to go toe-to-toe with TF Blade instantly lost on that side of the map, and it makes it even more difficult to stop the already expert players everywhere else.
All right, so the vibe that I'm getting here, it sounds like in so many ways, Moose Hater and TF Blade are two, like, you know, it's the mix of like oil and water. Just does not work stylistically. My question should be for you is, we talk about another marquee matchup. Is that the same sentiment shared for, say, Wixie versus Double Lift?
If Moose Hater and TF Blade are oil and water, then Wixie and DL are two bullet trains coming onto a collision course against each other. As we get into this highlight package, right? I mean, these guys, they fulfill everything you know, all the stereotypes you know about AD carries. All ego, all hands, no brain. And it's safe to say that both of these players confidently believe that they are the better AD carry in this series, right? I mean, Double Lift has his history of kind of being the better AD carry, regardless of what are the champions he's on, whether it's the Ashe, the Varus, some of this more supportive stuff. The way I would describe it is Double Lift finds champions and finds windows to outplay individuals. When you look on Wixie's side, he's willing to punch a hole through the wall to create the window to success, right? He's playing Draven, he's playing Corki, and realistically, these guys, I wholeheartedly believe that we're gonna get a bloody, drawn out, liver shot, kidney shot, haymaker of a fight and a haymaker of a bot lane between these two, because they're just not willing to cede any ground to each other.
No, they're not. I never thought I'd be so happy to be called brainless as an AD carry player, but Shibby's I love the monologue nonetheless, so I guess I'm happy to be brainless in this one. Looking at these stats, though, Olorm, I know we're plucking you out of the top lane expertise now by this point, but talk to me about what you know about these two. Played some time with Wixie, matched up against Wixie, and then obviously, I'm sure you can tell us a bit about Double Lift as well.
Well, I don't think I can say anything about Double Lift that anyone else hasn't already seen.
True.
I played against him a couple times in the LCS, and I've got my 100% win rate against his teams. But that aside, I actually have a really high opinion on Wixie. We spent a couple weeks together on C9 Academy when I was filling in. He was filling in as well. He's a really good player. Something that he is willing to do that you brought up that Double Lift historically has not is the Draven. And sometimes in these best of fives, when you go all the way down the line into a game 5, a random Draven coming out against what's most likely going to be not the best AD carry laners, since people typically pick the best laners at the very start, is going to be really dangerous, because we've seen them throw up stuff like Draven Blitzcrank, and all of a sudden that's got you wiping the sweat off your brow with your handkerchief. Like, oh my God, if we die to this guy right now, Golden Flux is going to be crazy. And I think that's something to look out for.
Something to certainly look out for nonetheless. But this is the point that I was teasing from the very top of our show. As easy as it is to pitch this matchup as David versus Goliath, this battle runs a lot deeper than that. Think more of recently your Powerplex versus Invincibles, your Flash versus Reverse Flashes, your Shadows versus Sonic matchups. The point being here, Shibby, is that Wixie has written it in Twitter history in front of your eyes that the Friendly Fellas were created to beat Nair Airport.
Yeah, the Wixie commandments, as I like to call them. I mean, this guy, a prophet, designed, kind of awoke right when OQs was announced and said, I have one mission, I have one directive: destroy Double Lift's hopes and dreams, destroy Double Lift's fans. I believe this guy feasts on fanboy tears, and I think Wixie just revels in the idea of causing chaos and destruction.
It'll be fun to see. He's definitely got all the energy coming into this matchup, but one part of this Nair Airport Friendly Fellas bout that we haven't been able to touch on too much here, K-Man, is the fact that this is a full Fearless best of 5, and I know you created an awesome graphic that we're going to track all day long with.
Yeah, so this is going to be the Fearless draft tracker that we use over the course of today. We've got all 10 players on the screen here. We've assigned them 3 of what we would consider to be their most important champions, whether it's from their history or from over the course of this tournament. We'll be marking this off as we continue to go throughout this Fearless format. As we start to go further and further along, this is our first best of 5. For a lot of these players, it's really going to be the first big test for them at this tournament. I think one of the things I really want to point to at the start here is going to be the mid lane, because the champion pools are not all that different between these two players. Dunn and Pobelter both are kind of coming from similar perspectives. I expect the Victor to be very high priority. I imagine whichever gets taken off the board in that regard is a huge, huge thing in that favor. Azir is going to be a big priority. Things like Orianna, Syndra, control mages. That's going to be the name of the game in the middle of the map. And, we'll see how that ends up tracking throughout the rest of the series.
We'll have to see nonetheless here, but we are getting down to the wire timing-wise. So without further ado, let's throw up our predictions for our series tonight. First, we'll get a look at the AMI versus Dog Fans matchup, and I've seen a split here. This is a best of 5, so we'll just grade we'll grade the winners that we've selected here for this one. So first of all, hello, is this not Shibby picking to win?
That's false prophets we talked about, lads.
Okay.
These are the false gods. These are the false gods that are calling upon us. No. I predicted AMI to win. I gave Dog Fans a game, but it's gonna be a swift 3-1 in my mind for AMI.
Gotcha.
It's year of low jazz. I can't call it any better. And looks like
go.
there are some believers to the cult.
Yeah, there are. I'm with it, but very very quickly, Lorem, you're against the AMI train?
I just have the opinion that all the players on Dog are slightly better individually. Team play is one thing, but individually, I think King Clueless is better than Low Jazz. I'm high on Nightstar right now. I think Nightstar is a little bit better. I like Barrick. I think mid lane's relatively even. I giving this slightly in favor of Dog.
Okay.
This is not something I'd be willing to put my life on the line for, saying this is correct, but this is what I think the small edge is toward.
Okay. I'm just glad you predicted a full best of 5 fearless. That's the most fun part. Quickly, we'll show our predictions here for Near Airport versus Friendly Fellas, if we could get those up on the screen here. And yeah, it looks like, all right, Shibby's just being chaotic over. So Near Airport across the board for K-Man, myself, and Alorum. Shibby, what? Like that? What?
Listen, when you have a man like Wixie, who is a man of conviction, of purpose, when he puts what he says, what he's going to do, and he makes it to that final step, he's not going to falter. I don't believe this team's going to falter. Friendly Fellas, 5 dudes coming in to defeat the Goliaths, to defeat the retirees, right, of North America. They can't just walk into our territory and come in with little practice, with whatever history and pedigree they have. No. It is a new time. We've got new young blood in the LTA, and we're going to have some new young blood in NACL. I'm sorry. I cannot, in good confidence, vote against a man with such purpose, and his name is Wixie. You've made me a believer, Friendly Fellas.
So we got multiple Shibby Colts popping up here for players off of one broadcast so far. But Alorum, your prediction, can you pull us back down to reality here with what you're thinking?
Okay. While I like Shibby's sentiment, and I actually want Friendly Fellas to win, because my boy Griffin's on there. I got to cheer for my boy. I just think when it comes down to a fearless draft and we keep going down the champion pools, I think that Friendly Fellas is going to suffer more than Near Airport is, and that's going to be one of the big difference makers. So in my head, my heart wants Friendly Fellas to win, but my head knows that Near Airport's probably going to win.
Okay, yeah. K-Man, is that a similar sentiment? Where are we at with the 3-1? Is this your heart or your brain talking?
This is definitely the brain. The brain has led me to this path. But at the end of the day, really, I agree with Alorum in a lot of ways here, where the champion pool is definitely a bit of a concern for me, especially going to full fearless. Now, Near Airport has definitely not shown that they have a crazy deep champion pool for this tournament in particular. Obviously, these players have a ridiculous history of, showing that they can play almost anything, but 2 zeros across the board get you a lot of leeway going into these rounds. But I think what really seals the deal for me is, at the end of the day, I think the early games of Near Airport have just been so good, and I'm not quite sure that Friendly Fellas are going to be able to survive them.
All right, well, we've taken you through the lower bracket, the games we missed, the upper bracket to this point, and the matchup, Near Airport versus Friendly Fellas. It's been an honor and a pleasure to chop it up on the desk, but it's time for us to sign off here and bring the action to you. So without further ado, incoming for an NACL spot at the Tier 2 level in North America, it's Near Airport, Friendly Fellas, best of 5 fearless. Let's kick this damn thing off.
The NACL Open Qualifier, a place where future greats and legends of old have gathered for a shot at glory, for a chance to not only compete in Tier 2, but a chance to earn a spot on NA's biggest stage, just like others have done before them. An event that started with 64 teams has been dwindled down to 12, with just 3 slots in the Challengers League up for grabs. One of those slots will be claimed tonight. LCS superstars with dozens of trophies to their name, with an international solo queue phenom, and a group that embodies the 5 friends in a dream mentality, who will let nobody but themselves define how they play. Salty Runback and Titan Esports have joined forces to provide an OQ viewing experience unlike any other. With promotion on the line, who will rise to the occasion and claim their place among North America's best.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in near airport, friendly fellas. We're getting ready for the first game of this best of 5 fearless set. The winner goes to the NACL. The loser will have to fight through the lower bracket in an effort to get that coveted last spot. But both of these teams looking for a shot at glory, redemption for some, a new opportunity for others.
Yep, absolutely. We've got a mix of veterans and obviously new players on toward the mix, both for both of these teams. But predominantly, this story, Yanni, really is about these older players, right? Them having that sort of second win to compete. And now this promotion into the NACL would be that second fire, sort of to reignite those careers that have had a bit of a break, right? Doublelift retired a little over a year ago, right? I believe it was in like the latter, like last month, I believe, of 2023. And then you've obviously had players like Wixie, like Moose Hater, like, you know, Griffin, who have been kind of on and off with competition over the past year, or, you know, potentially even longer. Some of them, like Griffin, have been coaches more than players. So it's really going to be interesting to see these guys who have had such long and storied careers and which one of them will kick off those careers yet again with an entrance into Tier 2 League of Legends.
Yeah, and if you are a Friendly Fellas fan, listen, it's going to be tough. If there is a team that can take down near airport, it's going to be this one, though.
Yep.
Because they've killed all of your favorites. Porsche, Will, Sudsy, Philip, Armeo, Bradley, Instinct, Lunacia, NXI, Meech, Vacant, RJS, Enthralled have all fallen before the Friendly Fellas.
Friendly Fellas.
But on the other side, Quacks, 15 combined Worlds appearances, dude. That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, when we were just looking at the trophy case of near airports players alone, I got a little tingle on my spine just thinking about it. These guys are so successful, right? Their careers have spanned years, potentially even more than that, right? Like in the case of Doublelift, it's been like a decade, right? Since this guy has been around, over a decade, actually, since this guy really has started off, and he's a legend of the scene. There's so many legends on this near airport team, and they're playing like legends. They have some legendary gameplay here in the open qualifiers. They have yet to drop a single game. They have yet to look like even one of those games was out of their control, right? Well, there was never a doubt in my mind watching near airport at this point thinking, oh, they might not be able to do this. They might actually have an angle where they can get exploited and they might, you know, be at risk of losing this game. That thought has never once crossed my mind. And, you know, you're talking about the kryptonite, the silver bullet that is Friendly Fellas. What exactly are they going to pull out? What stops are they going to have to sort of throw into this draft mix in order to really put this undefeated team on the ropes and make them bleed, where so many teams have failed to do so?
I think it's a great question, Quacks. I think that in terms of draft, if you want to get some creative advantages, you got to look to a guy like Moose Hater. Moose Hater's champion pool has been known to be, quote, weird, wacky, but he plays them very, very well, and he's excellent at neutralizing lane states. TF Blade, on the other side, is a guy who will play aggressive, trade well, look to solo kill you over and over again. If Moose Hater can neutralize him, all of a sudden, it's like, well, we're playing a 4v4 game, and then Moose Hater's flying in with Zach or something like that, and then all of a sudden it's like, wow, he just ripped our team fight apart. Maybe you can take them by surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we talk about Moose Hater, really the best thing that he has done this entire open qualifier is sterilize the lane state, right? He's made it impossible to get an advantage over him. He's also soaked up a ton of pressure. I cannot tell you the amount of failed dives on this guy that so many teams have attempted to do and just haven't been able to kill him, right? Whether he's on that Zach, whether he's on that Mundo, he heals up too much and he is just able to survive anything you throw at him. So I feel like this extends beyond, you know, potentially TF Blade struggling to get a solo kill and potentially near airport struggling to, you know, when they have Spica or Biofrost up toward that top lane, them trying to take him down. And if those three players, if they group up and they aren't able to kill Moose Hater, then I think really one of the other huge advantages and one of the things that the Friendly Fellas are, you know, so good at doing in their games is making those cross map plays, right? Fail dive onto Moose Hater. Okay, well, let's take the dragon. Let's take this bot turret. Let's make our own dive on the bot lane potentially, and let's be successful at that. That has been one of their traits, but sort of another trait that I want to talk about, Yanni, is those lane swaps. Friendly Fellas, love to lane swap, right? And obviously lane swaps and the strategies surrounding it have been hit in the most recent patch, so we haven't seen it instantly happen, right? We haven't, from minute one seen Wixie and Tyson up toward that top side, but we have seen them, around that 7-minute mark really start to spice things up. And so I do think that this strategy could throw a very aggressive laner like TF Blade for us somewhat of a loop, because right as he's about to, get that first component for his first item, he's going to have to be in a 2v1 situation, which he doesn't want to find himself in.
Yeah, it seems like the friendly fellows really like going for that first rotation of grubs, really like putting the screws to teams by saying, hey, you know what, we'll be the ones to make the first move. But if you're near airport, they've done such a good job at grub control because they know even if they get one, TF Blade is going to use it so well because of his incredible split pushing prowess. So Quacks, all of a sudden, this means that 6-7 minutes into the game, if near airport says, well, we don't want to trade, we just want to fight, we could see some really explosive team fights. Now, I am getting word that we have a slight delay. Somebody's internet died. Not to worry. That's exactly what we have the desk for. We're going to go throw it back to Slayer and friends for a little bit more insight on the OQs.
And we need the feed to come up here, but we have a game alert to give you guys for the first matchup between AMI taking on the other side of this matchup, the Dog Fellas matchup. This first one was an absolute banger that nearly ended after AMI were able to find a huge team fight win, but look who's at it again. It's Nightstar threatening the inhibitor to stop the game from ending, so it goes to a do or die Baron fight. And who else is it to step up for AMI, Shibby?
Oh man, the year of low jazz. When it's common time to clutch, when it comes time, when the pressure is on, I mean, just you can rely on the hands, the feet, the muscles of low jazz to take you through this grueling series here. And with that,
look at this. He sets up Decoy for this nasty counter-strike onto 3 members, and that is just enough to set up Baz and the rest of AMI to run through the fight. What a start on the other side of this upper bracket, Shibby. AMI come out with a top point.
Knock, knock, knock. Alorum, do you hear low jazz at the door?
There is still a lot of game to be played. I don't want to get too excited too soon. I'm just saying there's a potential, in my prediction, 4 more games to be played. So calm down a little bit. Chill out.
K-Man, quick thoughts? K-Man, how we feeling?
Definitely interesting to see how that game 1 ended up playing out. It comes down to just execution and team fights. I'm really excited to see if this momentum can carry them through to the future games of this series. Winning game 1 really puts you in a nice spot. Only 50% left of the games to win.
Yeah, and obviously we talk about with that fearless format, you have all those champions taken off the board for these AMI guys and really the Dogfellas guys. So that matchup is very fun. But if I am not mistaken, I know we've been jumping back and forth here between our casters and the desk, but I believe we should be ready to get back over towards the draft here. Oh, okay, never mind. We have more time to break it. We have more time to break this down. So now, AMI come out to this early lead. Shibby, knowing this AMI core, low jazz loses that Maokai. What champions do you think AMI might go for here? I know the limited view you got of that matchup, but what does the future look like here for AMI?
I know there might be some champion pool issues for AMI. I can't even fret on that. Alorum is right as we potentially get deeper into this, right? Realistically, Low Jazz, Decoy, all these guys on AMI have relatively deep champion pools. I mean, these guys have been playing OQs for a while. They've been tested in the best of 5 series. Like they've been tested time and time again. Now they do have to reach in their pockets and hopefully they grab some gold. They grab the $20, not the lint that may be left over in their pockets, but I have full faith. If we get to game 4, when we get these game alerts, if we get to game 5 potentially, then we can kind of look at what has been evolving or devolving. But yeah, I think, Low Jazz still has the Xin. You still have the Zyra coming in, I believe. You still got a lot of other champions in the jungle that you're fine. My worry is for top and mid lane, these solo laners for AMI. What are they going to be able to bring out once we hit game 4?
We'll have to see. But back to our main broadcast here. Near airport, friendly fellas. It took a little bit of a stumble, but we're ready for game 1 draft. Yanni, Quacks, take it over.
All right, let's get the screen share and we're good. Okay, excellent. No. Okay, excellent. All right, everybody. Welcome back in. Near airport, friendly fellas. We should be starting very, very soon. Hopefully. I think we will. We're getting
I would
there,
hope so.
right? Yeah, I just want to get into the draft so badly, man. I am so excited for these teams going at each other. I want to see, as much as we said, lane swaps are going to be a big part. I want to see this 2v2 because we've seen Double Lift and Biofrost had a couple of times where there's a couple of oopsies, nobody's perfect. But Wixie and Tyson especially, like, this is like a huge series for Tyson. Perhaps the biggest game of their young career. Like, it's just, there's a lot of pressure, right? And this guy's been performing game in and game out. He's got to do it again against the best in this OQ.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm really glad, Yanni, that you actually brought up Tyson because, I mean, you look at, the storied bot lane of Near Airport, right? Double Lift and Biofrost, they don't need an introduction. People who aren't necessarily familiar with Tier 2 might not know who Wixie is, but for those of you who don't, one of the more storied AD carries in the space. So I'm really excited to see what he can do. Tyson, though, very unknown, right? If you look up Tyson onto Leaguepedia, this is a guy who is essentially has not finished above top 16 in any of his previous open qualifiers. So this is a massive leap up for a player like him. Makes me really excited to see what he can do against some of the best because he has been one of the best supports in my mind, at least, in the winners bracket side, he's really been performing.
He's got to prove it once more. We are into picks and bans, Quacks, and already you're seeing the respect thrown the way of Moose Hater. Garen is gone. Zach is gone. On the other side, they're just banning out all these top laners, man. And Bessa, Jax, like, they know that, all right, we're just going to take the top laners out of the game. We may as well just play 4v4.
Yeah. I mean, they're really just trying to make sure that TF Blade can't get a bunch of his, very strong picks in the top lane. The Jax has basically been permabanned away from him, so much so that they're going to ban it twice. So I didn't know that was possible. But Jax is going to actually get taken off the board twice, along with the
Two Jaxes?
Two Jaxes. Oh no!
Are you old enough to know that meme?
Yeah,
the two
I don't
Shens
know.
meme?
Jax. No, I don't think I am. But I don't think
you don't know about the two Shens meme.
The two Shens meme? No.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. The two Shens meme. That's something we got to talk about ourselves later. It is actually Zyra. I think that's a really good ban because of what Speak has been able to do in the early game. Already have a couple of picks locked in. Victor going to go over to Pobelter. That's a takeaway from Dunn. And we're going to see on the other side Corky and Rise, who's been very popular in the foreign leagues like the LPL and even the LCK.
Yep. I mean, Dunn has also played Rise in the past, so this is not, a new thing for him. He's been really good at a lot of those control mages, the Syndra, the Orianna, but he's also been able to throw in some artillery mages. Rise, obviously, the most recent example, and really has been performing on champions like that. So I'm excited to see what he can do going up against Pobelter in that Victor matchup. And right out of the gate, we have a Darius lock-in here, Yanni. I don't know how much solo queue you've been playing recently, my friend, but this pick, not only is it decent in top lane, Darius is a great lane counterpart and a very, very prevalent side lane threat, but the real magic is when he gets locked in that jungle right now.
I never thought I'd see the day where in a competitive game with actual pretty high stakes, we're like, yeah, Darius gets locked in on first rotation and it's a top jungle flex. Like, If you told a Victorian child that, their head would explode. Like, they would not be able to conceptualize that. We see the Rel get locked in over on the side of the friendly guys, over for friendly fellas. And you know what? I think it's really good. I think it kind of ties together what they're trying to do. We're already seeing them ban out some supports that are trying to stop what they want to do this point.
Yeah, but not a ton of attention has been paid up toward that top lane by Near Airport. So you still do have, obviously, some of those lane sterilizers available for Moose Hater. And I imagine, yeah, they're going to save that top lane pick for B5. They also really just want to get a handle on where this Darius could be going. It's most likely going to go in the jungle. And so I think the response is appropriate. The Nocturne is really good at being able to make some of those cross-map plays, especially with champions like the Rise. You can also teleport with your Nocturne. So the ability for Friendly Fellows to get a jump on certain key points of the map or really take near airport by surprise certainly is there with those ultimates.
We're going to see the Renekton get locked in, so that'll be headed to the top lane. This will be a Darius jungle, and Quacks, I like what Near Airport has put together. They do have a bit of short range when it comes to Darius and the Renekton, but they also have the long range with the Victor and the Varus. It's going to be so hard for Friendly Fellows to fight through this, but we are seeing Dr. Mundo come through for Moosehater here in game 1.
Yeah, so the Mundo, Alorum talked a little bit about this when they were sort of running down the line of champion pool picks that both of these top laners played, and obviously one of the most prevalent is that Mundo, very, very weak in the early phases, right? I think Alorum was definitely correct on that, that point where Mundo doesn't have a ton he can do early on, and Renekton, obviously one of those champions that, especially once he, hits levels 4 through 6, can really start to bully you out in the laning phase. Once that Dominus comes up, you run the other way. It doesn't matter what top laner you are. You just turn, you walk away, and because you want nothing to do with that crocodile, that angry crocodile. So I do think that it's really going to be a question of how does Moosehater play this laning phase, right? Because you are going to be on the receiving end of a beating. You are one of the best players when it comes to, receiving that punishment and being able to still be relevant later down the line. And I do think it is a good comp for Friendly Fellows at the end of the day, because even if you punish this Mundo, he can still be relevant. And you look across the board, you've got the Corki, you've got the Rise, you've got that scaling, and you've got a front line to be able to protect them. So I do like that Friendly Fellows going into game number 1 are sticking to what they know. They're sticking to their determined strategy, something that they have been doing the entire tournament, and they're not changing a damn thing, because comfort really is, I think, going to be the key to this series in the hands of Friendly Fellows. And for Near Airport, the key is just going to be to play like Near Airport. They have been playing this game so immaculately, and Spica in particular on this Darius, we're going to have to watch out for what he's going to do. Spica's been really good about invade timers in particular, and I do think it's going to be cool to see if he actually decides to go for an aggressive play onto Griffin in, these first 14 or so minutes.
Fans of Tier 3. Quacks. One thing we didn't really talk about here is that while there is plenty of scaling over on the Friendly Fellows, there is a lot of early game power coming out from Near Airport, and they have late game scaling. Their zone control in the early game out of the Varus and out of the Victor can really enable this Darius, this Renekton, to take over early.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that we really have to pay attention to is the priority is going to be in the hands of this Darius. So him being able to just invade this Nocturne on repeat, you really want to deny that paranoia, right? Because that is the big strong point for Nocturne. Once he hits level 6, he's able to be a lot more useful around the map and able to catch a lot of these lanes by surprise with that very powerful ultimate. So I think Spica's main job going into this game, going into these first few minutes, is going to be maybe trying to steal away a camp. Be up-tempo on this Nocturne so that you can make aggressive plays with the priority you will have. I'm really looking at Biofrost as well to roam up with Spica if the opportunity presents itself, and to just overall be in the face of this Nocturne and deny that big PowerPoint ultimate for him.
Yeah, maybe even take him by surprise by skipping a camp and meeting him somewhere to try to get an early kill. They're going to have to do what no team has been able to do so far, Quacks, and that's shut down a Spica early game.
Yep.
As we're already seeing a ward getting placed into the bottom side, looking to spot out Griffin. As just a small note, Friendly Fellas, a couple of strange names on their side. Moosehater is the top laner, Griffin is the jungler, and Wixie is the AD carry. Barbecue Blitzcrank is just a fake name.
And I feel like this is probably one of the teams where if we asked them to change their names to their actual IGNs, they would probably just straight up tell us no. Like, there might be some teams who would be like, yeah, we'll think about it, or yeah, we might. These guys would be like, nah, we're good. And honestly, very based for that, because now it's going to kind of force us to be alert on the names. But I guarantee you, Yanni, we're going to mess up at least once, especially if this series goes the distance like you're predicting.
Speak for yourself, my friend. Yeah, it'll happen. It'll happen. And no action going to be taken on that ward. They are aware that he's doing it. Is Spica now going to head all the way down? Maybe potentially try to fight at the scrap here. We see some pings going down. Biofrost and Doublelift do have the first move.
Yeah. And you could see Spica wanting to make an aggressive play, really collapse on this Nocturne, and he's just going to be forced to give up the crab. Yeah, you have no way to fight it.
And Tyson, stun up Doublelift as Wixie just looking for a little bit of damage, but the early shielding is so much. Tyson has to flash away. Rel offer Horse a very slow champion.
Yeah, so Tyson having to burn that flash. Doesn't have the Hex Flash either, so won't really be able to go for a surprise engage onto Doublelift or Biofrost at any point until that is back up. Is really just going to be banking on Doublelift and Biofrost potentially making a positioning mistake. So we are going to see sort of Wixie and Tyson for these next few minutes be on the receiving end of a push, and that opens up a lot of opportunities for Spica to, again, capitalize off of this heavy vision on this bot side river and be, again, in the face of Griffin. Just keep annoying this Nocturne and taking away camps and putting a wrench in his plan, which is to get that level 6.
Doublelift and Biofrost can keep the push up as you see great poke onto Tyson.
Ooh.
He's flashless. He's low.
Oh!
Couldn't get the last auto in. As now Wixie trying to trade back, but he's also taken low. Rough start for the bottom lane of the Friendly Fellas.
Yeah. Wixie, though, managing to save that barrier. So does have 2 defensive summoner spells for his Doublelift. Just has the 1. But we're seeing this just snap decision-making coming out from Biofrost. We've complimented him, sometimes, I will say on the private. I would honestly say Biofrost doesn't get enough credit in this tournament for how good his engages have been throughout the tournament. And, we obviously, when we do compliment it, it's for those big team fight. Oh, hang on.
This could be a problem.
Oh!
TF Blade with the solo bolo. Doesn't even have Ignite, man. What a play.
Yeah, I mean, he just slices, he dices, and he cuts up Moose Hater. First blood going over to near airport. And really, this is what we talked about, Yanni. We talked about the laning aggression, not just of this Renekton, but of TF Blade as a player. He loves to be in your face. He loves to fight you. And Moose Hater, unfortunately, not able to sterilize the lane enough to not get solo killed. So even he falls to TF Blade. He just cannot avoid it. This man is so on point with his lane. Even if he did, there was another charge of that dash. So he was dead either way. And it's still a feels bad moment for the Mundo, but at least he still has that defensive summoner spell to prevent it from potentially happening again.
Speaking, gonna head up to these grubs on vision, but he's happy to take them and give them over to a guy like TF Blade. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we're seeing Griffin take the trade of the dragon. So at least you get something. Good job at least playing on these timers to ensure that there's no gaps and that you're able to at least take trades if you're not quite getting advantages.
We can see the things coming out here from Friendly Fellas to potentially just stop Spica on that Raptor take. They actually commit the Rise ultimate there.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. We see Spica in trouble. He was forced to flash away. Pobelter's Chaos Storm forcing away multiple members, but in the end, things are okay. Making sure that Nocturne is able to get these jungle camps, try to get to 6 and make an impact.
So we can see Spica just snap decision-making yet again, going straight for those Raptors, but them committing that Realm Warping means that Dunn is a bit trapped under his tower, especially not having that flash, this Rise. Not going to be able to do a ton until that's back up, so it allows Spica to just go in the jungle, knowing he has the priority to do so, steal away these camps, and continue putting this Nocturne further and further behind. And now it's kind of a rough state for Griffin. He's going to be forced to go to that bot side, and the question becomes, does he want to go for those bot side camps that are up on Spica's side of the jungle, or is he not going to chance it, instead just go for this crab and, cry himself to sleep, I guess?
Yeah, you know what, as long as you hit level 6 at a reasonable time, you're not really crying yourself to sleep that badly, but I'm sure he's a little sad. He's looking over at the chicken nuggets on the other side, like the Wolverine meme, just quite somber. And now that Griffin is level 6, Quacks, we need to see some usage of the Nocturne ultimate. We don't really have a composition where it's, oh, Nocturne Ori, you're coming in, you're blowing somebody up instantly. So they're really going to have to create for themselves here, and it needs to be soon. Where do you think the first play needs to go?
I think the first play needs to be, kind of on that bot side, right? I mean, even if you can't necessarily get a kill onto Doublelift or you can't get a kill onto Biofrost, at the very least, burning that flash from the Varus will open up opportunities for Wixie and Tyson, who is getting that flash back up himself with this Rel to go back in, go for a re-engage, and potentially get a leg up on Near Airport on this bot side. And we can see Dunn is actually going to do it first.
Yep, he's the one who gets there. They're going to root Biofrost, but he's able to get out, and they don't link up with Griffin, so that Nocturne Ultimate stays in the back pocket, Quacks.
Yeah, so Paranoia still up, but if Pobelter walks up, no, he's not going to walk up. He's got too much range as this Victor. But I agree with you, what you were saying about this Paranoia timer, Yanni. It is very much a case of Griffin needing to be proactive with this ultimate, but it's a bit hard to do that when the vision game by Near Airport has been so on point in these first 10 or so minutes, because they've been going for those deep wards to be able to spot out where Griffin is. And because you only have the level 1 Paranoia, you're not really able to subside or undertow that vision and really just get past it. So you're going to have to kind of step on a ward if you want to make an aggressive play. The way you can kind of circumvent that is going through a lane, though. So I'm wondering if we'll see Griffin attempt that at all in this game.
We see Spica sneaking his way into the top side as Moose Hater wants a piece of TF Blade, but quickly finds out he's in a 2v1.
Ooh.
Griffin's not really close. Are they going to try to dive here? Not so. Turret doing a good job of keeping Moose Hater alive as well as his ultimate.
And we can also see Griffin is in the area, so Paranoia to respond. But good on Moose Hater, just survive that gank now, kind of force Spica back to the base, but that Youmuu's Ghost Blade is now completed for the Darius, so big power spike for this Darius jungle pickup right as the second spawn of Grubs are coming, and you can see both teams posturing around this topside river, but it's just Near Airport with that slight gold advantage.
Now Dunn's going to force out the ultimate, but look who comes flying in! It's Biofrost, but they're not able to get anything more. They burned the Nocturne ultimate, but that vision cut is so strong. Now, the Grubs have spawned. We will see them started up by the friendly fellas. Speak up Biofrost looking to get in, but there's a couple of big ultimates down. Biofrost will be the first one nearby as one Grub goes down. Teleport coming in as Dr. Mundo has joined the fray. They just need to play keep away here, even up the Grubs. And it looks like that will be the case as Near Airport backs off.
And I was getting a little bit worried there. I mean, Griffin was really in that Grub pit and he didn't have flash. So if Near Airport decided to pull the trigger, it would have for sure been a dead Nocturne. But luckily, nobody dies in that exchange. His Doublelift,
he's up really far.
He thinks he's flanking. Doublelift, but he himself is getting flanked here, Yanni.
Yeah, Moose Hater has suddenly found himself in a 3v1. Spell immunes the knockup, but does get pulled in. Biofrost going to tank one more. The dunk isn't enough, but they're able to finish it off. And the turret shot, the barrier required to keep himself upright, but a good play nonetheless.
Yeah, barrier, and he also a lot of summoner spells used in order to make that happen. But the fact remains that Moose Hater now 0-2 on the Dr. Mundo. We talked about those weak early laning phases that this champion has, and it certainly seems like Near Airport got the memo. They've really been capitalizing off of it, diving this Dr. Mundo wherever they can, finding advantages against him wherever they can. And now we're going to have to see if they can transition that into a dragon, as it is up, and you can see they're sort of floating toward that bot side. It's done. It's just looking for a trade onto Pobelter.
Yeah, I think Dunn's been doing a pretty good job with this Rise play so far. It hasn't really had too many opportunities to shine, but when you're able to pump out damage like that, force away the mid laner, and potentially secure an objective for your team.
Ooh, flank TP, double flank TP.
Yep, the double TP coming through. Tyson and friends got to get out of there as they got the Dragon to half. Now Tyson's going to go back in onto Spica. Spica flashes away, but they found their way onto Griffin. The slices and dices are there, and down goes Tyson. Griffin's going to be the next target. Biofrost is sprinting and charms him up as he goes down as well.
And it's two dead here on the side of Friendly Fellas. They thought they had an angle for the Dragon, but that deep vision, not only is it good for tracking where this Nocturne is, Yanni, but it's amazing at providing those flank opportunities for the solo laners. Done.
Oh, I fear he's done, my friend. The 5-0 right now for the side of Near Airport.
Near Airport are just taking these first 13 minutes and running away with them, Yanni. They're going to be able to get a plate in that mid lane as well. and it's just punishing these alone members of Friendly Fellas, constantly sort of stringing these plays. They get the flank, they get the fight win, they get the dragon, and they immediately go for a dive while some of those members are still reeling from the previous play. It is just a perfect conversion of, sort of owning parts of the map, and it certainly seems like Near Airport did their homework ahead of time, punishing Moose Hater in the early game, sort of going after them in the dragon, saying, okay, sometimes Friendly Fellas have a tendency to go for objectives despite having that lack of vision or not clearing out enough vision, and they're exploiting those weaknesses to perfection here in game one.
One thing we talked about is that both of these teams have been playing their game this entire OQ, and the Friendly Fellas were unable to execute their first strategy of swapping up and getting the first set of grubs. We were wondering what they were going to look like if they weren't able to do that, and so far the game is collapsing on the seams as Dawn gets caught out once again. The lights go out, but the question is, will there be an engage? They won't. Double Lift will get credit for this kill as the Friendly Fellas are just being shut out right now.
And, we talked about Spica, this Darius jungle, being the big carry of the team, but he doesn't have a single kill, Yanni. The wealth has been evenly distributed amongst top lane, mid lane, and AD carry, so there is not 1 point just for Friendly Fellas to attack. There's multiple Fed members on the side of Near Airport, and it just continues to stack up. It continues to pile up, the pressure does, as, oh no, Moose Hater.
Spica on the sprint here, looking to get a dunk going. He's been Jokic like a facilitator, but let's see if he gets his first. The bleed is there, and Spica, one of the best junglers in NA, gets his first.
Yeah, manages to get that dunk on to Moose Hater. The reward will be the tower, and TF Blade, his time in the laning phase has seemingly come to an end, but he is approaching or sort of starting to build into that second item already here, Yanni. So this is one very dangerous Crocodile, and it really feels like, you don't have your sort of scaling fed upfront damage there yet for Friendly Fellas, right? I mean, this Rise has not been having a very good time. This Corki hasn't really been allowed to get much gold. We're seeing the gold difference between all of the lanes. Double Lift is up over 1,000, 15.5 minutes into the game. It's just as bad almost for the mid laners as well. So if you don't have your carries even close to online at this point, it really starts to become a dire game state if you're Friendly Fellas.
Yeah, this game is out of control, Quacks. I mean, this was what was a 3,000 gold deficit that became a 5,000 gold deficit 2 minutes later. This is going to be very difficult for the Friendly Fellas to try to find a way back in. We talked about the zone control out of the Varus, out of the Rakan, out of the Victor, and what they were going to do to enable these early game carries. Well, the early game carries have been creating space, and it's the long range champions that have been cashing in.
For sure. And you know what else creates space, Yanni? It is that Rift Herald. And it looks like Near Airport, they see that both Wixie and Tyson are on that bot side. They know they have a mana advantage, and they just have a map advantage, as a whole. So they're going to go for that free objective. The feats of strength already acquired for them, even, I believe, before this. So, that's kind of an older update, but it just kind of proves to you how ahead Near Airport are here in this game one. So many people referring to Friendly Fellas as the kryptonite, the silver bullet to this Double Lift team. But I don't know what Near Airport are made out of. Maybe the finest vibranium this earth has to offer, because not one bullet, not one substance, not one blade can pierce this team who just seems unstoppable in this tournament.
It's so insane to think that we were like, hey, Moose Hater's going to neutralize this lane. Just loses to TF Blade. Hey, maybe Wixie and Tyson can win a 2v2 because Double Lift and Biofrost have made some mistakes. They've played such a clean game. Now they're looking to make a play on to Dunn on the bottom side. Here, that Ghost is burnt by Spica. He is sprinting in. Dunn is tagged. You just got to dunk him for one more time. Spica gets his second kill.
And you can see on the other side of the map, maybe they make a play. Ooh.
They're looking to get the fear down onto Pobelter, but Pobelter is going to find a way to trade. What an incredible play by the mid laner of Near Airport.
They managed to make it a 1-for-1, but I mean, that has a little asterisk on it because look at the bot lane. Look at how much pressure is being applied to those turrets. They're just pushing the wave. They get not one, but 2 towers right as the dragon spawns as well. And the backs are even being canceled, Yanni. This is so rough for the friendly fellas.
It's a fiasco right now, Quacks. At least the friendly fellas got one under their belt, but this game is just progressively getting harder and harder to play for them. We talked about what great scaling they have, but on the other side, I mean, Near Airport has enough scaling that at this point of the game, it's not going to matter. And frankly, Quacks, I don't think they're going to be able to stop the continued onslaught of Near Airport.
And it's not even just the backline scaling. Who on Friendly Fellows is going to kill this front line, right? You have no way of getting through the Renekton. You have no way of sort of trying to kill the Rakan before he can dash and, flash and do whatever it is that he does away from the fight after he's done engaging it. So you have no real ability to kill the front line. If you can't kill the front line, then you're never going to get to the back line. It just feels like such a dire game state for Friendly Fellas, and I feel like it's not necessarily their game to win anymore, Yanni. It is more or less Near Airport's game to lose, and that is never a good position to be in.
It's going to be so hard for Near Airport to throw this game, right? Like, I think the only way is you're going to have to make picks happen, but they're going to need to be side lane picks away from the turrets, right? They had the right idea going after Pobelter, and well, that thought is Spica going through. Wixie is just dead.
Yeah, Wixie, no chance of escape. He uses that Valkyrie right after the, Darius E comes in and right after he gets pulled, but immediately then and there, the Rakan gets that green light to go, and Biofrost has been going.
Tyson getting a little low. Fear is down on a double lift. He's going to flash away, but the turret shot is there. Double TP's coming through as they want the rest of the fight. Tyson falls. Going in is the Nocturne, but he gets knocked up, and Spica gets a hell of a lot of healing. Moose Hater flashes over the wall. He knows that this is the time, the only chance they have. He gets a big shutdown, but they can't cash in on more.
So it's a 2-for-2 at the end of the day because now Wixie is back on the map, but maybe not!
He just gets blown up. TF Blade and Pobelter putting in work, but Moose Hater is strong. He is tough. He is healthy. Wixie has to walk around the gravity well, and they just can't close any more kills.
And they're not going to be able to find anything from this as well. Pobelter is healthy in the mid lane, so he's going to be able to clear out this wave. There's no real chance for a threat on that mid lane tower by Friendly Fellas. We're just going to get a replay here. And sure, Double FT walks up a little bit further. The flash was a bit of an unfortunate circumstance, but look at TF Blade and a Pobelter. They're just able to lay down so much damage off of the engage coming through from Spica, from Biofrost. Spica does go down. And I mean, it's an even trade, but immediately they see Dunn. Oh, why is he walking up? TF Blade, unafraid. They go in, they take down the turret, and that has happened far too many times, specifically to Dunn, where he has just gotten caught out, thinking he's safe under his turret, but learning the lesson the hard way that Near Airport, the planes don't care about the turrets. They just fly right into them.
Otacon has been started here by the side of Near Airport, and typically the team that starts Otacon, everybody says it's a bit of a trap, but if nobody is around and an Otacon falls in the river, does it actually make a sound, Quacks?
I don't know. Honestly, that's a good question that I don't have an answer to. But I do have an answer to who I think is going to win this game, Yanni.
I think I might too, honestly. I can't put my finger on it, but something about this game makes me think that Near Airport's going to come away with it. I don't know, man. What do you think is going through the mind of a play-by-play right now when I say that?
I feel like it really is just going to be the next few minutes that count, right? I feel like once that Baron spawns, it's going to kind of be this game in its end stages, because immediately it's going to spawn. Baron's going to say, hey, what's up, everybody? And it's going to immediately go down.
Yeah, well, we'll see how long the Baron will actually last. I think that let's get a little over-under. You think the Baron will be spawned on the Rift for greater than or less than 1.5 minutes?
I don't know, man. I'm lost for words at this point, because I feel like Near Airport, Because now it just kind of becomes a case of the map is their oyster, right? What exactly can't they do? Is Biofrost is just going in unafraid. He has nothing to be scared of as now Spica.
Double charm, double lift coming through, misses the ultimate, but Spica is still in melee range. Big dunk coming down, and Tyson's gonna be the next target. He's got a flash over the wall, but look at the back line. It's TF Blade who's gonna get out. But Biofrost buying room. Tyson's pulled again, and he will fall to double lift. Moose Hater from behind sees the low health bars, knows this is their only shot. Dunn is ready to put in some damage. The gravity well going to slow down Moose Hater. He just can't get close to them. Double lift getting tagged. Dunn has damage. He's kind of thick, but he's forced away by Poe Belter, and they know they got to fight. Wixie gets one, but he falls as the Chaos Storm grows larger and forces Moose Hater away.
And Moose Hater, the only one left standing. He's not going to be able to defend his base. Try as he might, heal up as much as he can. He cannot stand in the way of Near Airport.
Nothing can stand in the way of Near Airport. They are speed running. TSA pre-approved right now, my friend, because there is no wait time. They are blazing through this game. 24 minutes in, nearly a 10K gold lead.
Yup, they're saying we booked our first class tickets to NACL. We paid good money for these seats. We're not going to let it go to waste. Otacon acquired, base broken, inhibitor destroyed. And the Friendly Fellas left in shambles in game one. The Baron about to come up in about 30 seconds here. The reset's coming through. They're going to spend their last little bits of gold before the end stages of this game rear their ugly heads. And Friendly Fellas, they better start praying because it is going to take a miracle for them to come back in this game, Yanni.
Not just in this game, but in this series, the Friendly Fellas got to start getting mean, man. We saw nothing from Griffin in this early game. His first ultimate was defensive. It's been a tough road for the Friendly Fellas. Just saying, hey, you can have our jungle. Now, obviously, it's not what they're saying because, you know, they're just so far behind that TF Blade can make this play and survive.
Yeah. I mean, he can make that play. It's just right back to it. We can't even go into replays without them just destroying Friendly Fellas. That's how bloody this game is. That's how one-sided this game is.
Yeah, it's just an absolute massacre. The turrets are under siege. Baron Nashor's only been alive for 20 seconds, Quacks. I don't think we're going to hit the over on a minute and a half as multiple members are just stuck in the fountain. TF Blade knocking down the turrets, and Near Airport has completed step one. They lead the series 1-0.
That can really mess with your mental state, right? That is never a good feeling to have. It sucks in solo queue to have a game like that. Now imagine how it would feel to have that done to you in a qualification to NACL match, right? You are at the last hurdle, and this is the opening that you get met with. So really the big thing for Friendly Fellas is recouping, regrouping, and making sure that the mentals and the positivity is still there, because they're gonna need it going forward. And they might need some other stuff, because this was a very rough and one-sided game one. I mean, just look at that gold graph, Yanni. Literally no red, pretty much.
I don't want to look at it, bro. It is tough. That is not what you want to see. You know, we always want to see competitive games, but Near Airport is just a cut above the rest. And the good news for the Friendly Fellas is that I don't think their mental will be broken, Quacks. Remember the teams that they went through: Akuma, Citadel, YBN1, the Ducky Getters. They have had the hardest road so far in the NACL qualifiers. It's going to be incredibly hard to break these guys. Now, Quacks, I think I know what needs to change going into this next game. I think it's got to be Griffin. We got to have this guy play a little bit more proactive in the early game, because while Spica has been so aggressive, he made a lot of good plays in the early game, but it wasn't like, oh man, he is overwhelmingly aggressive and stifling Griffin.
Yeah, for sure. And I think really the lack of proactivity, the lack of activeness from this Nocturne just kind of came from Vision, right? It felt like Spica and Biofrost were constantly on the same page with Vision, not only being able to track this Nocturne, but really just making it so that he can never get an angle on them. That deep vision was so difficult. Even after you unlock the paranoia, it's not yet at a range where you can circumvent those wards being placed by Near Airport. So I do think he's going to have to find other avenues to go to in order to be useful, right? Lane ganking was something I was really hoping to see from this Nocturne. We didn't see it once. And by the time we did see some proactiveness from the Nocturne, it was too late. This game went from even to bad to worse to unwinnable in the span of like 15 to 17 minutes, Yanni. It was a very, very, very quick downfall here for Friendly Fellas. And going into game 2, they also not only need a way for Griffin to be, you know, more active on the map. If they go behind, they need a way to stop that bleeding before it gets too bad.
Yeah, it was a rough one as Near Airport were well prepared for their trip to the airport and potentially into the NACL. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Well, Friendly Fellas have been punched in the mouth. I want to see how they're going to react going to the next game. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we will kick it to the Game 2 draft between the Friendly Fellas and Near Airport. We'll see you soon.
Welcome, everybody, back to the desk here with the Tier 3 tonight's continued coverage as we look to promote a potential team out of our matchup. Near Airport versus Friendly Fellas. You know the cast and crew I've got with me, Shibby, K-Man, and the very knowledgeable Alorum alongside us as we have now delved into the matchup. We hyped it up so much, and it was probably the most boring game of League of Legends I've watched. I'm not going to cap, but we did get some interesting narrative points here. We're going to take a look at one specific replay here from the matchup in Alorum. It's exactly what you were talking about on the top side.
So, is this the right replay?
Maybe this is a different game.
This does not look like Near
Hey,
Airport.
guys, this is I think this is actually our game break. Okay, so we're completely.
This is a pretty good
shifting
play
gears.
by Barrick. We see the dive in the
this
bot
is-
lane and him be able to outplay it.
Yeah, this is how Barrick was able to get Dog fans back going in the matchup against AMI, just completely outplaying this dive. But K-Man, this was the fight that defined it to give Dog fans the even series.
Yeah, this is such an important fight. I mean, obviously Baron has become such an important objective, but it's all posturing up until we get one engage here. Decoy just goes a little bit early, and we see on the back line, like a Moz, absolutely destroying Apex, being able to pull out this team fight victory. There's no way to pull that back. No Yone ultimate's going to be able to salvage that one, and from that point onwards, the game becomes quite simple for Dog to be able to take up.
All right, well, we're jumping a bit forward here, back to our main matchup. We have our player of the game selected here from game number 1, and Shibby, it was hard to pick because everybody really performed well, but we felt like Pobelter really shined on this victor.
Yeah, I mean the box scores all looked fairly similar, right, when it comes to the game. But I think Pobelter kind of has that X factor, right, of being able to take the victor away from Dunn, winning on it, right, against the Victor one trick and effectively locking that champion out of the full series. I think that on top of obviously outplaying that dive that happened in the earlier game, right, where he had the trade. I mean, he's just on point. And Alorum obviously alluded to a very good point. The biggest mismatch that we'll have that he talked about is going to be that mid lane matchup between Pobelter and Dunn.
Yeah, that was going to be very pivotal. But Alorum, I know we kind of stole the shine from your spotlight you wanted to throw here towards the top side. We don't have the replay, but I want to give you your flowers here. Exactly what you were talking about with these two top laners kind of reared its ugly head if you're talking about Moose Hater.
Well, we don't have the visual to show here, but essentially what's happening is I was saying that sometimes Moose Hater is playing something that should be played further back. You can pick a counter matchup and still not get prio, and eventually it's going to be a counter. As we know, Mundo should outscale Renekton, but he still plays it in a way that's like, okay, I'm going to fight early because I got this counter pick. I don't know what exactly his reasoning for it was, but it seemed, and there's no clip for it, but what happens is Renekton with the vastly superior early game. I said right before the game that Moose Hater's the only top laner daring to touch Mundo right now because his early game is so bad, and he suffers for it a lot. Like taking a kill early game off of Mundo and just getting extra plates on Renekton delays that power spike that Mundo is going to have for a pretty significant portion. And TF Blade had a great game. He even had that flank on the red side that I thought helped out in the team fight a lot. He played a really good game.
Really good game. Really flawless game here for Near Airport as they continue their undefeated run through the qualifiers so far. But this is a different level, not only in the fact that we just have 5 instead of 3 games, but it is 4 promotion into the North American Challengers League. And I have gotten official word from our production that we are ready for Game 2 drafts. Without further ado, let's send it back to Yanni and Quacks to see if Friendly Fellas can even up our series.
The NACL Open Qualifier, a place where future greats and legends of old have gathered for a shot at glory, for a chance to not only compete in Tier 2, but a chance to earn a spot on NA's biggest stage, just like others have done before them. An event that started with 64 teams has been dwindled down to 12, with just 3 slots in the Challengers League up for grabs. One of those slots will be claimed tonight. LCS superstars with dozens of trophies to their name, with an international solo queue phenom, and a group that embodies the 5 friends in a dream mentality who will let nobody but themselves define how they play. Salty Runback and Titan Esports have joined forces to provide an OQ viewing experience unlike any other. With promotion on the line, who will rise to the occasion and claim their place among North America's best.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 NACL Open Qualifier qualification match between Near Airport and the Friendly Fellas. A fearless best of 5 that Near Airport was not showing any fear in after dominating the Friendly Fellas in Game 1, Quacks.
Yeah, I mean, that game wasn't even close, right? I mean, you saw it and you heard it from our analyst desk saying it was really hard to pick an MVP of game number 1 because everybody was pulling their weight and then some, right? They weren't just pulling their weight, they were pulling the weight of the players from Friendly Fellas. They were dragging those corpses across the finish line to a game 1 victory. Because, man, they were just absolutely tearing it up in that first game. And we talked about it right after game number 1. The biggest and most difficult thing for the Friendly Fellas to do, the most pivotal thing for them to do, is to rebound that mental after such a crushing defeat in that first game.
Now, the Friendly Fellas will be on the blue side, typically the side of choice for many teams. So we'll see if they're able to get a dub here. Bans remaining the same so far. For both of these teams. If you take a look at the bottom of your screen, you can see all of the champions that were picked and are not available. These are your fearless bans. Ignore the order of them. You know, you just group them up like champions.
Yep, and we're still seeing a lot of those really powerful B1 champions being taken away, sometimes even by the Friendly Fellas. They don't want to deal with the Ambessa. On the other side, you can really see that Near Airport are targeting that top side, making sure that Moose Hater can't get his Garen, can't get his Zac, and Wixie can't get his Callista. One champion, though, that has been really good here for the Friendly Fellas, especially toward Wixie, has been that sort of Draven. So I'm wondering if we'll see that picked up early here, but instead, they're just going to lock on up that Xin Zhao, Griffin's most played in this tournament, Yanni.
Yeah, he's been great on playmaking champions. Xin Zhao is one of them, especially in the early game. He'll have some opportunity pre-6, unlike the Nocturne that he played in the last game, to really leave his footprint on this game. He's going to have to. On the other side, we're going to see the Ashe lock in here, so already potentially the makings of some sort of pick composition as Azir gets locked in as well.
So I am wondering if we're going to maybe pair this up with something like a Galio, right? We want to see Moose Hater get more aggressive. We want to see him be more proactive. And so having that cross-map ultimate could be really useful. Another champion that could fulfill the same niche with maybe a little bit more range is something like the Talia. So I'm really wondering what the Friendly Fellas are thinking up here in the mid lane. But for the time being, we're just going to see Wixie lock on that Ezreal. And we are going to see that mid lane picked up, Yanni.
All right, I like it on this rotation, especially since the Azir is already showing. You know, Azir obviously has a little bit of mobility, able to kind of slide around a little bit, but the Ashe certainly not. So this Syndra could give some great mid-game pick opportunities.
Yeah.
The Leona will go over to Biofrost. So going to be able to shut down the Xin Zhao as you get into the skirmish time of the game.
And so we have a little bit of a weak side, sort of self-sustaining bot lane here, right? We don't normally expect Ashe and Leona to be the focus of a lot of jungle ganks, a lot of jungle pressure. So we're expecting Spica to pick yet another aggressive jungler this time around for TF Blade to probably do the same, for them to really run that top side. And Pobelter, or rather not Pobelter, Doublelift and Biofrost, their objective is just going to be to survive, right? Be that 2v2 machine and really thrive on their own, not take a ton of resources away from the rest of the map, because Azir will need those resources, and more than likely this top side will also need those resources.
Both of these teams very like-minded in their second half bans. We see Braum and Alistar gone as Near Airport took them away. Meanwhile, the Friendly Fellas splitting the difference between Nidalee and Gnar. We see the Scion lock in for TF Blade, so just taking champions away from Moose Hater.
And Moose Hater is going to respond with some unorthodox stuff of his own. The newly nerfed Cho'Gath still is very, very strong, especially with that Cherulia's and Symbiotic Souls build, but doesn't necessarily have the same damage, doesn't have the same amount of wave clear, but is good at doing what Moose Hater likes to do, which is neutralizing the lane. Now, the last pick is going to be Spica. He's got a ton of carry junglers open. That Nidalee was taken away, like you said, as that's a Scion jungle? That's a Scion jungle, Yanni!
Holy moly, bro. What is going on here?
Wow.
All right, we're going to see the Senna get locked in. We're going to pair Senna and Ezreal together. This leads me to believe, Quacks, I got to say, would we maybe see some shenanigans where we see the Cho'Gath and the Senna grouped up at some point in the game? Because that was a combo that was used a little bit when Senna was at the peak of her powers when it came to fasting. So we'll see what it is. I'm very intrigued by this entire draft, but tell me more about the Scion in the jungle, my friend.
I honestly, I wish I could, Yanni, but I'm not super privy to the Scion jungle here. One thing I do know that Scion really likes to do is he likes to go into just the enemy jungle and try to be aggressive, right? We want to see Spica make an aggressive play on toward his opposition, but dare I say that this is a game where you don't really want to invade in those early levels of Scion, right? You're against a Xin Zhao, one of the best dueling champions, especially when he hits level 3 and has all of his basic abilities unlocked. So the question sort of becomes, what is Spica's game plan going to be? Is he going to farm until 6? Is he going to try and capitalize off of the immense setup from his side lanes? Really, it's up in the air. And I think that makes this game all the more exciting because looking at the other side, looking at Friendly Fellas comp, it is very stock standard to what they want to do. And you were kind of alluding to it a little bit, Yanni. The lane swap is probably in their future around that 7-minute mark.
That is the time that is prime for them. Haven't really had an opportunity to see that in that first game, which is why we believe it was a tough showing for the Friendly Fellas. The Yone into Cho'Gath here, feel like that could be a little difficult for the Cho'Gath, but obviously not really for lane here. We're just looking to see Moose Hater make a big impact later on in the game once he's able to get that extra movement speed down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Moose, again, really good at just sterilizing the lane, really good at just existing and then soaking up all of this pressure, being a nuisance in the laning phase to his counterpart. We saw last game, TF Blade got the better of him, but this time around, you know, you've got more scaling on the Cho'Gath. You've got some range as well with that Rupture to be able to farm from a distance, as well as the Silence to potentially interrupt a long extended combo from that Yone. So there certainly are tools that this Cho'Gath has in order to stop the trading from this Yone, but it really does go back to just not letting this Yone get on top of you, not letting him be too much of an aggressor, and not letting him chunk you out too hard.
Biofrost with an early sweep, which means Wixie was able to go put down the ward, should insulate them from any Spica ganks. And speaking of this bot lane, Tyson is going to have to be very careful in this game. While you do have the range advantage, if you misstep against the Leona, she will try to lock you down. A big reason why he's got the cleanse as well as the Ezreal.
Yeah, for sure. Lots of defense coming through from both Wixie and Tyson. Just really wanted to make sure that they can farm up, that they are not really under any kill threat, as it looks like I didn't see a vision bar above that Xin Zhao's head, so I actually think that that hawk shot might have been circumvented by Griffin, but it doesn't really matter. He's just going to be able to take that bot crab. Not a lot of action on the map so far. Nothing aggressive coming out from near airport, and honestly, we're expecting this to be a bit of a slower pace of game, right? We aren't expecting a ton of action because both of these comps, they really just want to scale up and team fight, right?
Couldn't agree more. Has done well to force Poe Belter back. He'll have to TP. Gonna split the difference on the Scuttle Crabs here. Spica up on the top side. And so far, so good for near airport because Griffin has yet to make a play. Obviously, sometimes it's hard, especially in the early goings, to try to force something. Players typically on their P's and Q's about warding, but we're going to need to see something come soon. 4.5 minutes into the game. We know these grubs are going to spawn at 6 minutes. That's really what we're looking for, because I fear if the Friendly Fellas can't get their game plan right, do what they've wanted to do, they may look as listless and lifeless as they did in game 1.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about that swap. One of the main indicators that, you know, Friendly Fellas are going to swap is having Moose or Hater get that push in top lane, right? And so far, we haven't seen him really leave his turret. This Cho'Gath has been under his tower the entire game. He hasn't really been able to utilize those spells in order to put TF behind his own turret. So a clean recall is sort of in order before those swaps can commence. And so far, we haven't really seen that on the top side. So that could be stopped unless we potentially get Griffin to help his top laner push that wave. It really just depends on if it's a priority for them as Biofrost.
Going in just for a little bit of a trade on Tyson to take him down to half HP, but Biofrost is going to take some on the way back because you know this Ezreal can pump out damage. Wixie taking him very low. Spica hiding in the bush. Griffin's going to run right into him and get chunked out.
Yep. So Griffin being met by the Scion. So both junglers aware of each other's presence on the bot side, but you can see sort of the way the side lane wave states are in favor here of the Friendly Fellows. So they're just going to go up toward that dragon. And this is before the grubs. So after this, there is definitely ample opportunity and ample time for them to go up to that top side objective and potentially contest that as well.
Pobelter nearby, so is Spikas. This dragon is getting very low. Will be smited away and secured. Teams are just kind of looking back and forth a little bit here. Tyson able to escape and walk out without much of an issue here. So all clean, all's clean here for the Friendly Fellows.
Yep, so the Friendly Fellows, they get the dragon, they get out scot-free. The Herald, or rather the grubs, are now up. And so it is kind of a question of what do they want to do?
Pobelter slides in, he finds Tyson. Tyson's flash is still available as Dunn chunks out Pobelter. I respect the play, but he's down a flash. At least he got Dunn's as well.
Yeah, that felt like a bit of an overforce there from Pobelter. I mean, you do force the flash from Dunn, you trade that summoner spell, but you kind of sacrifice your health, and now, luckily it doesn't seem like Friendly Fellows are able to really capitalize off of it. They don't move toward the top side. They don't take advantage of the fact that the Azir probably can't join up for a fight. So at the moment, that flash doesn't have any repercussions. That misused combo doesn't have any repercussions, but it could later down the line, especially if Pobelter pushes up and isn't aware of that.
So we have a little bit of technical difficulties here as Quacks. It's been a large departure from what the Friendly Fellows have really wanted to do. Yeah. You have the advantage of the bot lane. You may as well pick up the dragon while it's there. But, it's kind of weird that they're not going with what got them to the dance, essentially, right? They take the girl to the dance, they dump her at the door, and now you're at the punch bowl looking for somebody else. And near airport, the Chad near airport is here looking to become the homecoming kid.
That was certainly an analogy of all time, Yanni. But
I never went to a prom before, by the way.
I mean,
I stayed home, and you know what I did? I played League of Legends.
League of Legends. Honestly, that's what real ones do. I'm not a real one because I went to prom, so I'm a loser. But I do think that this game, so far, 6 minutes into the game, I know we're still in the first few minutes of this match, but I do have to say that Friendly Fellows looking a lot better. The timing on that dragon was really good. Them being able to kind of cover their flank as well to prevent themselves from getting engaged on, or for near airport to potentially capitalize off of them running away from that pit. They weren't really able to do anything. And overall, it just kind of seems like this game, near airport aren't playing nearly as aggressive as they were in game number 1. And I think a large part of that is due to Spica playing a more, sort of herbivore-like style in the jungle, wanting to farm rather than go for kills, wanting to sort of go into his jungle, get that level 6 before looking for any sort of a proactive play in the lanes. And that has resulted in just a straight up slower pace of game. And I do think that while near airport do prefer that, Friendly Fellows also probably prefer that. Oh my God.
Oh, we're back. Griffin is making early game plays. Let's go. Able to pick up first blood on the double lift. Meanwhile, the grubs were taken by near airport. So this is here going to make great use of them. This Yone going to make great use of them too.
Yup, and I mean, TF Blade just actually used the Fate Seal to maybe try and get a kill on to Moose Hater, but he also used the flash. So he burns the flash from that Cho'Gath. But yeah, I definitely agree with what you were starting to say there, Yanni. Having the grubs to be able to allow these very gold-heavy solo laners to get those plates quicker and much more efficiently will pay dividends later down the line. But the real trick is getting them to hit that tower. And so far, despite Moose Hater being pushed under his turret the entire game, TF Blade has barely gotten a lick of that turret. He's not even gotten a plate. So this Cho'Gath is doing a really good job at neutralizing the push and the aggression from TF Blade. And on the other side, Pobelter not really getting an advantage himself either. Just 10 CS above Dunn at the current moment.
As many have mentioned, Cho'Gath are the most OP passive in the game. It's literally a sentence and a half. And you just get to sustain forever.
It's a sentence and a half, but it's got people writing entire manifestos on why it's so broken and asking, in Twitter and Reddit, these like academic armchair journalists explaining why Cho'Gath, who came out before some of the players that play him were even alive, is so broken. And he is still really broken, despite having those nerfs. And I do like that we are seeing it in the top lane. It feels like a lot of people have become privy to its presence in mid. But this is still a very strong champion when it comes to neutralizing a lot of those fighters, as we're seeing in Game 2.
Yeah, it's always nice to see unique champions like this, especially in Fearless. He's already on his 2-item spike of going really, really fast. So we'll see if Moosehater is able to make an early impact here. And somebody I'm expecting to make an impact now, Doublelift level 6, does have that Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yep.
A lot of times teams haven't not really played around the Ash ult. It's something that even happens at the highest levels of play. But it's so powerful to be able to gauge from long range that it feels like you need to set up plays around it. And so far, we haven't seen that.
No, we haven't. But I do also think that it's a bit difficult for Doublelift to really make efficient use of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow because Wixie and Tyson both have the cleanse, right? So you do have the ability to just immediately escape that. Also, Griffin is on the bot side of the map, ready to go for something. He's lane ganking. We recommended he try this after game 1, and we're going to see if it works out. The bot lane of Near Airport, though, with all 4 sums, so it could be difficult to lock these members down.
Tyson's going to escort in the former CLG jungler as he lies in wait. Spica is on the bottom side of the map. It's going to have to be a pretty tight timer as Biofrost is going to go in and multiple members are heading down. Stuns are down onto Tyson. He keeps the cleanse. Biofrost has to flash away, trying to get the knock up on him, and they do. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes out, but Tyson gets the kill. But Doublelift looking to turn it around. Spica splits the gap between two, and he gets knocked away as Griffin going forward for Doublelift, but he stays alive. Pope Belter misses the ultimate, and Spica is the one to fall as Dunn gets there in plenty of time.
And Pobelter was trying to run interference to prevent his AD carry from being killed, but he leaves his jungler out to dry. Spica finding himself in the middle of 4, and it's a beautiful collapse. It's a beautiful bait. It's a beautiful fight for the friendly fellas as they will unlock that feat of warfare for themselves. They've also got the dragon, so the game state looking up for these guys, Yanni.
The most impressive thing about that fight, in my opinion, Tyson still has his cleanse. Bro got engaged on by a Leona and just stone-faced did not cleanse. Just waited for the play to develop. That was really impressive. I mean, a lot of players would be a little gun-shy, especially for the fact that this guy has not even made top 16 in OQR. I think that's the farthest he's gone.
Yeah.
This is really impressive play from Tyson to be able to just stone-face that. And now the friendly fellas have a slight lead of about 1,000 gold. How can they expand upon it?
And it looks like Near Airport are going to try and shrink that gold lead, though. They are going on toward that Mountain Dragon, whereas you could see it's being traded on the other side, the Xin Zhao on those grubs. But TF Blade is in the area. He's just going to use that Soul Unbound to get some vision, get some information, but won't actually commit to the fight. So smart usage of that spell from the Yone. But just a classic trade of objectives. We're 11.5 minutes into the game, Yanni, so I don't think we're going to be seeing a lane swap, but the results certainly speak for themselves, and so far they're pointing to friendly fellas being able to really hold their own here in game number 2, and I'm really curious to see what they do with this lead, because the gold is in the right places, right? Accelerating this Xin Zhao early, getting this Sintra train going as early as possible. And they've got it all on the right members, so they just have to keep hammering away and focusing down those areas of the map.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned the Syndra. Dunn has had a pretty solid game for himself so far. Could scatter the weaks on some of these targets as TF Blade drops the ultimate down, just trying to force off Moosehater. Would have obviously liked to hit that, but not so. And a good trade back as Moosehater really wants a piece of TF Blade. Now TF Blade, Soul Unbound, going forward, forces the flash out, looking to close out of the kill, and he does! A big tower dive.
And you could see right at the last second, Moosehater was trying to get the feast off, trying to execute TF Blade, but it doesn't go through in time. The Yone gets the solo bolo onto the Cho'Gath and starts to accelerate his game further. Teleport available, though, for Moosehater, so he will be able to get right back to lane, but just TF Blade getting the ball rolling yet again. And really, if this Yone gets too far ahead, it feels like, especially with your lack of frontline, sure, you've got the Cho'Gath The Cho'Gath isn't really going to be building tanky though, right? So champions like the Yone who deal that mixed damage will eventually shred through him as the game goes on. So if you don't have that protection for your backline, it doesn't matter how fed, Wixie or how fed Dunn or Griffin get. They are going to fall to the monster that is TF Blade's Yone.
Yeah, I know that this is a matchup where Yone is going to be able to farm up and have a pretty good time, but I mean, we have to talk about how TF Blade is just absolutely dogging Moose Hater up in the top lane now through a game and a half. I'm really impressed with what this guy is putting together. He's up 40 CS and Channel Crystal Arrow gets fired, and they manage to find Griffin. He's CC locked for years. He can't move. He's so low, and he will fall. A shutdown for TF Blade.
Yep, the Yone getting more gold funneled into his pocket. Really sneaky play there from the Speak. I believe he went with the Blast Cone, went over the wall into the bush, got vision of the Xin Zhao, which allowed that Enchanted Crystal Arrow from double lift to land.
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
Hold on! Hold that thought! TF Blade flex on the friendly fellas. He's 3-0.
3-0 and now completely left alone to his own devices on the top lane. Cho'Gath no TP. Dunn might actually have to TP in order to respond to prevent this turret from being taken, but the plates have fallen, Yanni, so I don't think he's going to. It's not worth it at this point. The Yone is going to get that entire tower with 3 kills under his belt. TF Blade coming up clutch here in game 2.
And they can't find double lift in the mid lane. This is a problem. Wixie's running out of room, and he's going to fall. It's starting to fall apart for the friendly fellas as Tyson's in trouble. He burns the cleanse, gets a double root, scatter the Reek as a re-engage comes in. Speaker gets blown up, and Biofrost is going to be the next one. A great counter attack by the friendly fellas.
Friendly fellas managed to salvage that play. The only casualty being Wixie. And they will push out this mid lane. They have 4 grubs, but the TP's coming through.
Poe Belter looking to make a big play. The root doesn't land. They're going to go for Dunn. He's got to flash away, and TF Blade is forced to go out with the Soul Unbound. But he wants more. Good damage put down on the solo lane carries as the fight dissipates.
And he's going to be forced to roam up toward that top side. You can see Moose Hater up to his usual shenanigans in his home. And it's just looking to put, cause more attention to be paid up there. Hold on.
Found the stun on the Dunn. Dunn low, but he stepped up a little too far. And Biofrost is going to slow him up. The relentless slows coming in from Double Lift and company. Tyson is low, but he might be able to get away. Wixie's got a flash over the wall, but he's getting chased down. Speak has got to ult out of there as the tag is on. Griffin wants to get in. The root is there. It's a double root. It is a shutdown for Moose Hater. Biofrost goes down too as the friendly fellas are wresting control here in the skirmishes, but TF Blade is here. He's got the fate sealed. He wants a piece of the members of the friendly fellas.
TF Blade!
Fate sealed, got a kill! There's the shutdown for Moose Hater!
They got him on the way back from the Soul Unbound. They find the shutdown onto the Yone. It's a big fight win for the friendly fellas. It was back and forth, up and down, left and right. Both teams trying to wrestle control of that exchange. But at the end of the day, it's the ragtag team, the kryptonite, so to speak, of Double Lift's team that end up winning out. The dragon has spawned. Griffin is still on the map. His gold unused, so I'm not sure if they are going to transition this. And you can already see near airport, despite that fight loss, they are wasting no time in gaining control of that bot side river.
Moose Hater finally makes his impact, showing up so quickly. It looked like he ordered fast food on TF Blade. You mentioned that Dragon to the bottom side is up and available as the teams are congregating around it. They've sent Poe Belcher to the top lane. He has no teleport, but there is a teleport available on the Cho'Gath. If they want to make something happen, Spica does have control of this jungle, though.
Yeah, and I mean, Spica really trying to just utilize that Fog of War and those bushes to potentially get a surprise Q onto anyone who chooses to face check. So it's a dangerous game for the friendly fellows to play because at any point their health bars could be cut in half and that CC could be enough to finish off the half of the health bar that is left. So they're going to end up not face checking. They're not even going to go for a contest on the dragon. You can see Griffin saying, screw it, let's just go to the top side. And they could maybe look to set up for a Herald, but for the time being, near airport going to get themselves their second dragon of this game too, Yanni.
I think that's a good give by the side of the friendly fellas. You've got the Senna
agree.
scaling. Ezreal scales pretty well too. You want Moose Hater to really be unkillable and a huge nuisance. You'll at least be able to get the Rift Herald gear. But good job here by Near Airport, allowing breathing room for TF Blade to take solo gold on this turret. They are giving him these resources, putting the game on his shoulders to carry.
Yep, and the only rookie here on the side of Near Airport, a streamer who a lot of people for the longest time theorized how he would do in a competitive environment. There were so many discussions about how this guy would function in a tournament like this open qualifier, and it seems like he is answering that question with each passing day. It's more defined that this guy really is the real deal, and he is playing like it here in game number 2. He did get shut down, though, in that most recent fight, so a potential opening for Friendly Fellas to exploit and potentially catch TF Blade off guard. But as the gold continues to funnel into his pocket, like you said, Yanni, that task of shutting him down gets more difficult.
Oh, big double stun there. Forces the cleanse out of Tyson. They're
Biofrost?
trying to turn around to Biofrost. He gets shunked
Oh,
very low.
they're
TF
up
Blade
too
from
far.
behind. Your fate's been sealed, Wixie. He is not able to escape. The stun's on Tyson. He's tagged. He's low. TF Blade shuts him down. And into the fight is Poe Belter trying to find Griffin, and they do. A double kill for TF Blade. A 3-0 for Near Airport.
And it's a beautiful flag from the Yone. Wixie and Tyson realize too late that the Yone is right there, ready to take their name off the board and do that. He does just that, Yanni. It's a double kill for the top laner of Near Airport. 5-1 now. Going to go back and acquire that QSSA. Crowd control, what's that? And it just continues to be a difficult game in the team fighting department for the side of Friendly Fellas. They might win a skirmish here and there, but the 5v5s are a completely different story, and one that seems to have a happy ending for Near Airport all the time.
TF Blade, known for his side laning, known for his great trading, is seen as a pretty okay team fighter. Well, he's looking to be known for his great team fighting as well. Has really put Near Airport on his back this game. Credit to Near Airport. They've given him a lot of the resources to be the strongest member. Looking to answer the question, and I think if TF Blade carries this game, Near Airport would be the most complete team in the OQs. Of course, they might be a team that's going to be the first one to qualify, or even the second. Doesn't matter the speed of the games. But a complete team from top to bottom, not sure we were expecting that.
For sure. I mean, there were questions around this team, right? Obviously, people were saying, oh, is Doublelift still in form? Is Poe Belter still in form? These guys haven't played in a super long time, but one of the biggest questions was how will TF Blade operate on a team like this, especially when the caliber of competition in this open qualifier is the highest it's ever been in this event. This is by far the most stacked OQ of all time. And so TF Blade having to go up against some of the most storied tier 2 or tier 3 players, how would he do, right? And it feels like, you know, whether or not it's the players he's surrounded by, whether or not it's his own skill, whether or not it's a combination of those two things, he really is stepping up with these carry performances. And so many top laners are, you know, we're used to seeing them play these tanks, play these weak sides, right? Players like Lawrence have really made a name for themselves with that cultivated style. But TF Blade, he throws all of that in the trash bin. He plays his own style. He plays aggressive. And it has taken so many teams off guard throughout the course of this tournament. And it's why he's been so successful, Yanni.
He plays almost like solo queue, man, just with a little competitive twist on it. It's been working very well for Near Airport. 35 seconds until this dragon is up. It could be a potential soul point here for the side of Near Airport. Rift Herald going to get dropped in the mid lane. I like this move here by the friendly fellas.
Yep, because it's going to force a response out from Near Airport, and it will allow them time to, at the very least, gain control of this. River's done.
Alrighty, flashes away. The rest of the team looking to link up Tyson there just to kind of create
double
space.
teleport coming through. Look at the flank.
All of a sudden, Wixie has to use his shift. TF Blade and Poe Belter in the area. Double lift down to half HP. This dragon is up in 3 seconds. A pressure cooker of a game, Quacks. The winner of this next fight could be the one to take it all away. Moosehater looking to walk up as the turret is under siege. TF
Blade
Blade is able to find one. He's got to slide out, and he's real low, and they want to chase down. He gets a big shield as Tyson's ultimate almost takes him down. Here we go. Griffin going all the way in. Spica down to half HP. He's slowed. He's knocked up. He's got nowhere to go, and he falls.
And Spica goes down. They managed to find the rupture onto the Scion. TF Blade, sure, he got the damage, but Yone is a glass cannon, and that glass almost broke, and without him, near airport, they don't have a centralized carry, so they have to be the ones to back on up. They can't even try to threaten this Otacon without their jungler. It's a fight win here for the Friendly Fellas. They chunk out the top laner, they chunk out the Yone, and they manage to make this a successful play. And Dunn, really key Flash to be able to bait in all of those members. Baiting in that teleport as well meant that near airport weren't able to catch them by surprise like what we saw earlier, Yanni. So it was a 5v5. And luckily, Friendly Fellas, they love team fighting. That's their thing. That's what's carried them to this position, and they show why.
Play from Wixie in that fight. Couple of bad spots, but able to arcane shift his way out without burning any summoners is huge, especially since he's now on his 2-item spike. He's ready to start dispensing damage. 24.5 minutes. Baron up in 30 seconds. Otacon is on the top side, but hasn't really seen too much action as TF Blade is ready to fight. Spica getting in, and Chain of Crystal Arrow does not land on anybody, but this is a problem. Moosehater is just disconnected from his team, and he falls. Double Lift is able to escape, but he's got to burn both summoners. It's a 5v4. The question is, do you want more? Trying to push. They know TF Blade is low. They know Double Lift is low. The Friendly Fellas just hovering around trying to find a pick.
Yeah, they're going to go into the jungle, and they might be able to find Spica. The Scion does not have Flash, and he's also disconnected from his team, but he's also very, very tanky, so...
Are you sure he's that tanky? He's taking a
maybe.
lot of damage. Dunn does a lot. Biofrost is again disconnected from his team, but Pobelter, as you mentioned, over the wall, ready to potentially make a big play. Biofrost is blown up. The stun's on Spica. Double Lift is off to the side. It's a disconnected fight. Is that Pobelter? Serve them all up, and TF Blade and company will knock them down.
And good things come to those who wait. Pobelter waits for his moment, and he knocks down the members of the Friendly Fellas. A beautiful Shuriman shuffle sends them packing, and now all of them but Griffin are up. Moosehater is back on the map. He's in the mid lane. So luckily that fight win will not net an Otacon for near airport, but it will net a whole lot of gold for the mid laner.
And the biggest issue with the Friendly Fellas is that they would often overcommit to plays. They overstay their welcome in unfriendly territory. And near airport is in control right now. The gold lead, the margins, they're still slim. 2 dragons apiece on each side, Quacks. It's still anybody's game, but near airport is looking for takeoff.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got the gold in all the right places as Bio might be found here, Yanni.
Bio getting picked off once again. Somebody tag him. It's going to be Tyson getting credit for the kill, and a little bit of breathing room here for the side of the Friendly Fellas.
And that is going to be 30 seconds that the Leona is down. 30 seconds that the Friendly Fellas have a man advantage. They're going to also hit that crab, so they will get all of that vision revealed. They just want to rip the Baron. They're saying, screw the Otacon. We want the whole thing. Blade!
Face Shield hits 4! What a play! Speak on friends! Pobelter pushing them away! Commanding his forces! It's Wixie on the side! He finds the kill, but he falls to Double Lift! Tyson is low! Griffin is low! So many members are low! Griffin goes back in! TF Blade is healthy and rejoins! Speak is able to walk it out. Disaster strikes for the Friendly Fellas.
But they're not done yet, Yanni. Griffin is
Otacon helping
out. Otacon!
6th Man of the Year award goes to Otacon as down goes Griffin and Otacon gets started. Moosehater, will he walk in to try and do anything? He's got no sums. It looks like he'll stay away.
And Slayer, I hope you're watching this one, buddy, because we have a new clip for you to put on your plays of the week. What a wombo combo from near airport. Beautiful Fate Sealed into the Scion Ultimate, into The Emperor's Divide. You could not have thought of a better combination of those ultimates and a better time for it to be perfect, as now the Otacon is in the clutches of Near Airport. They're going to reset for this dragon. It'll put whoever gets it on soul point, Yanni. And luckily for Near Airport, now they have found themselves around 3K gold ahead, and a whole lot of that gold is on those carries.
My goodness, Quacks, when you see something like that in League of Legends, it is a thing of beauty. As you mentioned, 30 seconds, potential soul point here for Near Airport. The question is, do the friendly fellas want to fight? They scale, yeah, but their scaling's kind of petered out a little bit. And I'm worried that if they wait any longer, Near Airport will be able to build a larger and larger lead. And it looks like the friendly fellas are ready to go. The speed up is there. The stuns are layered, but it's on to the Cho'Gath. He gets chunked, but TF Blade's got to get out. Lots of damage coming down as Doublelift is untouched. Biofrost is low, and he will fall, but Pobelter comes in to protect Doublelift and save his carry. But Pobelter, his life is forfeit because of it. TF Blade is looking to heal and maybe find a way back in, but he will just continue to push. It's a 3v3 right now, but there's no jungler for the friendly fellas. Spica is in the area. He's got Flash. He's got Smite. Will he try to make the play?
Oh my God!
HP. He's looking to get in. Who's going to take it? Speak of the devil. He's the one to put his team on soul point.
And the friendly fellas, they were looking for a desperate play. Tyson almost goes down to the passive, but he manages to live another day. And man, we were expecting a flash, a potential just run in there from Spica, completely ignoring the unstoppable onslaught. And he gives his life for the cause. Soul point enabled here for Near Airport. And so much pressure added to this game, Yanni. Now it has put friendly fellas on a timer. That Baron is still up. You can see they're on the top side. They're going to have to try and look for a pick, try to rush down that top side objective, because if they can't find something soon, Near Airport are looking to make this a 2-0.
Quacks, the pilots and the flight attendants are doing their pre-flight preparations. The Baron has been started. The friendly fellas are desperate. You can feel it. Pobelter's flash is up. He's been making great plays. He has been a star in this game. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes down. Griffin gets tagged. Biofrost is rooted, takes a lot of damage. But Pobelter has him exactly where he wants him. The teams are looking to converge. They know they have to get back to the mid lane, do the friendly fellas. TF Blade over the wall. They spot out multiple members, but TF Blade wants to be the one to force the push, to force the friendly fellas back, as most of Near Airport have regrouped, taking control of this bot side jungle.
Yeah, now the top side completely belonging to Near Airport. It's so difficult for friendly fellas to walk up because of the reasons that you listed, Yanni. The Shuriman Shuffle could come across. The Emperor's Divide, so good in these narrow corridors. And they're going to start the Baron, but they're not going to finish it. They don't have to force it. They don't have to rush it. They're going to look for an engage here.
Here comes Sion! He's not going to land on anybody, as Tyson not going to be able to land a root either. They're going to try to turn him to Spica. He gets caught with the Scatter of the Weak, chunked out. Nothing too crazy. The stun is there. TF Blade finds the carry. Pobelter on the backside. Serves him up on a silver platter. Wixie's got to get away. Griffin trying to survive, but he will fall. Tyson stands tall, but he can only get one. But Wixie is playing out of his mind, trying to give his team a lifeline. Shifting away, poking away, trying to get them down. Shifting forward. Wixie is doing everything he can. Tyson trying to poke him down. Wixie once more, trying to pop TF Blade's items, but they will be able to walk away. And friendly fellas limp but survive.
Yup, exactly. Doublelift, though, maybe looking to set up a trap here. Tyson, have you walked too far, my friend?
Tyson has played such a good game, and he gets caught at a key moment as the pings go down on the Baron, as Spica will join the rest of his team, and it's going to have to be up to Wixie and Dunn, who's teleporting in to try and make a hero play, Quacks, but I don't think they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they're not able to do it. The Baron is already down. You can see Moose Hater is also there, trying to teleport, trying to react, but the play is already dead in the water. And Near Airport, they are soaring above here in game number 2. This late game has been immaculate. Pobelter has found so many good Emperor's Divides. TF Blade as well. playing this glass cannon style so effectively, utilizing that Soul Unbound to get his damage out and then immediately return so he himself does not die. It is a perfect display of the Yone mechanics, and TF Blade, one thing so many people praise are those mechanics. He's really showing them in game 2. All the members of Near Airport are showing up here in game 2. This late game belongs to them, and the Friendly Fellas are trying to make something happen.
Potential catch. Double lift is low, but they can't get close to him. Wixie needs some help from his team. He's doing whatever he can to keep this game together. The glue that held this team, that got this team together, that held this team together, is being held together by sticks and tape right now, Quacks. TF Blade, Fate Seal not quite gonna land. And a moment's reprieve here for the Friendly Fellas.
And that's
Maybe
30
not.
seconds till the
Maybe
dragon.
not.
Oh, Spica.
Spica went for the engage. Pobelter teleports from behind. Griffin's going in. They found double if he's got to flash away. Griffin knocking them away. The slows are there. Isn't enough to actually catch these numbers. Pobelter
Blade is in the
starting
base.
to get poked. But yes, you mentioned it. TF Blade is destroying the base. The one member left unchecked. They're trying to get the backs in, but Pobelter is wisely going to check this brush, but he face checks. So he's got to knock Griffin into the rest of his team, and Pobelter will fall. And Wixie and Tyson are doing whatever they can to try to fight out of this corner, but their base is in shambles. Tyson poking them down. Backs are being channeled. Wixie in a rock in a hard place. Spica's got big shields. Wixie's got to land these skill shots. Tyson's trying to live. They turn on the Bio as Spica sprints away, and Bio Frost will fall. The dragon is up, but TF Blade, double lift. They're in the base, and the only one who can stop them is done. They're going to walk it out and try to regroup to stop this dragon and take it for themselves.
And double inhibitor taken here by Near Airport, but you said it, the Friendly Fellas duo bot lane have found themselves in a very precarious situation. Speak is now on the map. He's on one side. Double lift and TF Blade, they're on the other. They're sandwiched into this bot lane. What are they going to do? What does an angry dog do when it's trapped in a corner? It fights here, Yanni.
Let's see what they can do. They're corralled. Wixie trying to do what he can. The walls are closing in. He's knocked up. Double lift finds him, and Moose Hater can only run, but there's nowhere to run from the enchanted crystal arrow, rifling him down as he falls.
Oh, Griffin
salvages the play with a shutdown. Here's Dunn. He scatters the weak, and Spica has been deemed weak. Pobelter trying to join the fray. The play might be over.
Griffin?
No! Griffin wants a piece of
the scatter
Poe.
lands!
What a stun, but Pobelter's able to slide away. Dunn is low. Dunn is dead. And now Griffin's in an impossible 2v1, fighting for all that he's worth. But Pobelter, the king of Shurima, gets the double kill, gets the ace as the minions pour in the base.
The minions are just destroying the base of the Friendly Fellas. We don't even have the camera panned there, but we can only imagine. We don't even want to see it. Oh no, it's a disaster. But on the
Quacks,
other
they
side,
respawn now. They respawn. It's okay.
it's okay. You're right. But it's equally as much of a disaster on this
this
side
is not
of the
okay.
map. Biofrost and Pobelter, they're going to get the Ocean Soul acquired for Near Airport, and get your first class tickets, get your pretzels, get your Sprite from the flight attendant. We are lifting off as Near Airport, and our destination might just be a one more stop away from the NACL.
This Ocean Soul is going to be so tough for the Friendly Fellas to fight through. You got a lot of burst in the way of Dunn, but there's a problem. Everybody else is sustained damage, Quacks.
Yup.
That is a problem. Near Airport might be able to truck through these members. There is a little bit of heel cut, but Griffin gets caught with a beautiful arrow from Double Lift. He's getting chunked. He finally is able to use his ult, but he falls. Pobelter gets credit for the kill. They're sequestered in a choke point, but Moose Hater can't find the rupture, and TF Blade is pulling this team apart at the seams. The split push extraordinaire. Team fights, check. Laning, check. Split push, check. He checks all the boxes, and TF Blade is looking to end the game. The Fate Seal doesn't land on the Dunn, but he finds a way regardless. Moose Hater potentially in trouble, getting poked down. Tyson's engaged. Everybody manages to escape. Poe Belter goes golden under the turret, but the knockups, the damage is there. The Nexus exposed near airport 2-0.
Near airport, still undefeated. One more game from their entry into Tier 2 League of Legends. There was no doubt in anyone's mind how strong this squad would be. But man, oh man, even against some of the best teams here in the open qualifiers, they are showing up and they're making it look easy, Yanni.
Man, look at this damage chart. Poor Wixie, man. Tyson gets a lot of credit. He played really well. But, man, this game was so hard for somebody like Dunn to play, who played the early game pretty well. But there was just so much disruption coming through. TF Blade was just ridiculous this game. Never allowed Dunn to set his feet when he was around. Knew the target that he had to kill because it would only be a matter of time before Ezreal would run out of room in some of these fights. Quacks, what does the friendly fellas need to do to give themselves a lifeline?
It's so difficult to see a light at the end of the tunnel if you are friendly fellas, because you're going against these guys that ride off of the momentum, right? These are players that know how to win. Yanni, they have been around the scene so long that winning League of Legends is just what they do. It's second nature. They've been around the competitive scene so long, they know all the secrets, all the tricks, and it seems like they don't need any tricks in order to pull a win out of this bag, because, man, they are just playing so cleanly. So really, it just goes back to what does friendly fellas do, right? That is the question. And I feel like it has to be going back to basics, right? Playing your comfort, playing as well, really digging deep into that champion pool, right? Because you have to keep in mind, we are in a best of 5 fearless, right? The further you go into a series like this, the more unorthodox the drafts are going to get. And friendly fellows, they're no strangers to the unorthodox, right? They have had so many instances where they have pulled out picks that you wouldn't necessarily expect. And so I want to see the unexpected in game 3. If you are going to go down as the friendly fellows, you go down your way and you go down in style.
You go down swinging. The friendly fellas, the power of friendship is going to have to reign supreme, Quacks. We'll see if they have the ability to make this a series because their backs are against the wall. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to kick it to the desk as they go over what worked and what didn't in Game 2.
Thank you so much, casters. I am here with Near Airport's coach, Croissant. And Croissant, we got ourselves a draft here. Break down to me, what is Near Airport looking for in this game to find success?
Yeah, so we knew they were going to draft Xin Zhao and first pick, and then 4-5 probably pair it with something like Senna as like a pocket pick. So it's all about avoiding their early skirmishing pressure with their double range bot lane, and then getting to a point of the game where we have more initiative and more pick potential with like our Ashe, Leona, and our stronger side laners and Azir Yon. Also, you know, I got thrown for a loop a little bit in the draft because Spica threatened to do terrible things to me if I didn't pick him Sion. So, but it worked out in the end because by picking Sion, we got to make them think it was Sion top. They picked Cho'Gath and then get a counter pick for Blade. So, yeah.
Well, I guess Spica just has pull like that over the coach. We getting that insider information. Tell me about the friendly fellas composition here. What do you guys have to avoid to stay successful based on what they've drafted in your comp?
Yeah, so in addition to the early game stuff that talked about and their ability to play through bot lane, also want to watch out for Dunn and Moose Hater on their scaling picks on Syndra Cho'Gath, because I don't think we've been really pushed to the brink yet by a lot of scaling compositions, but their identity is very clear on how they want to play. And if they get past if like their jungle and bot lane bridges them to the mid game, I do see their front line being stronger than ours and them having like really good team fighting zone control with the Syndra. So yeah, we just got to watch out and respect them.
Thank you so much, Croissant, for joining me and breaking down these compositions here. We had a little bit of a camera bug, but the drafts were too spicy to pass up here, so we had to break it down for you all. We'll send it back to the casters here in game number 2.
Welcome back to the desk here as Salty Runback and Tide Esports bring you a featured matchup in the NACL qualifiers 2025. We have gone through 2 games so far and had some awesome plays, some questionable picks, a lot of things to break down. But I think the best way to start with this game, too, is to do 2 exact things. 1, we got to talk about the TF Blade Yone, and 2, we got to let Alorum here cook with his top lane knowledge about how this
they just want to rip the Baron. They're
really
saying,
went.
screw the Otacon. We
I
want the whole
we're
thing.
right here, we're getting
Fade sealed hits 4! What a play! Speak on friends!
You got it, do
Bolter
it.
pushing
Take a
them away!
I mean,
Commanding
this
his
was the wobble
forces!
later in
It's
the
Wixie
game
on the
where
side! He
they're
finds the kill,
Wixie!
but he
Saw
falls to
Friendly
double
Fellas
lift!
kind of make a bit
Tyson
of a
is
fight
low!
back, but then
Griffin
it was
is
just,
low!
you know,
So many
nothing
members are
more
low!
poetic than
Griffin
face
goes
sealed
back in!
into a
TF
demon
Blade is
shuffle
healthy
game,
and
like we saw
rejoins!
here, and it almost wasn't enough, actually, funnily enough.
So,
Yeah, it was very dangerous how close that ended up being. The game was pretty back and forth. I think that there were multiple times where it felt like Wixie was in a good spot to try and pull back some of these fights, but at the end of the day, it was a lot of the side lane pressure and just general team fighting prowess of TF Blade that ended up bringing it back.
Yeah, so now, Alorum, let's, once again, I don't know if
We're
we'll get
missing
a
clips.
visual aid representation of this, but this top lane matchup has really been a pain point, it feels like, for Friendly Fellas, and this game showed it once more.
So I'm actually like really pleasantly surprised by TF Blade because in my head I had always envisioned him as his best champs as Jax and Aurelia, and then everything else was a pretty not significantly lower, but definitely a little worse than those. But it's an absolute stomp in the top lane. He gets 2 kills here. I mean, first of all, this Cho'Gath stuff sucks. I swear to God, whoever convinced everybody that this Hail of Blades stuff Cho'Gath is good is just, especially in the top lane, like, you baited everybody. This stuff is trash. And how does Cho'Gath play? Look at this team he's playing against. But I can harp on Cho'Gath a little too long. Just to keep going on TF Blade, like, really impressed with the Yone, especially once he gets Player of the Ruin King. It is an absolute stomp from there. We saw all the kills that he got end up in his solo lane. His side lane was incredible this game. An absolute menace. I think the one time he really died off a mistake was in mid lane. He had a little, maybe he got ahead of himself with the Fate Seal. They got chomped on his way back. But overall, huge game from TF Blade. Bigger champ pool than I thought.
And Chibi, he's our player of the game in that hectic one, but it really feels like we were all on the same page that he deserved the award, and nonetheless, I mean, the stats definitely back it up, even if things did get a little bit crazy towards the end of that one.
Yeah, I mean, massive catalyst, right? Even with Speaka protesting a little bit on that 80 Scion pick, we'll call it, in the jungle. He went Yomu's into Deadman's. I'm interested to see what other pick he's going to bring out here, but I think having TF Blade on a pick like this just absolutely pop off. I mean, you could pick Yuumi in the jungle, and I think you'd still might win. I mean, that's just how good he is. That's how good he is.
Well, we're getting word that these teams are actually ready to just jump right into game number 3. So we'll hopefully come back and update you guys on the other series when we can. But for now, we're going to get back to Yanni and Quacks in our player of the game, TF Blade, to see if he can continue and bring Near Airport home with a 3-0 sweep, a perfect run for the qualifiers to the NACL, or do the Friendly Fellas have something in store for us? That question will be answered by Yanni and Quacks. Guys, take it away.
The NACL Open Qualifier, a place where future greats and legends of old have gathered for a shot at glory, for a chance to not only compete in Tier 2, but a chance to earn a spot on NA's biggest stage, just like others have done before them. An event that started with 64 teams has been dwindled down to 12, with just 3 slots in the Challengers League up for grabs. One of those slots will be claimed tonight. LCS superstars with dozens of trophies to their name, with an international solo queue phenom, and a group that embodies the 5 friends in a dream mentality who will let nobody but themselves define how they play. Salty Runback and Titan Esports have joined forces to provide an OQ viewing experience unlike any other. With promotion on the line, who will rise to the occasion and claim their place among North America's best.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the NACL Open qualifiers, the qualification match to get one of the first 2 coveted spots into the NACL near Airport, up 2-0, dominating in the first game. In the second game, it was a lot closer. The Friendly Fellas put up a fight, but Quacks, they're going to have to dig even deeper to give themselves a chance to come back in this best of 5.
Yep, we talked about it before we shot it back toward the break and then inevitably toward the desk, Yanni, that these guys really got to dig deep in the champion pool, right? You want to go down fighting, go down swinging. And as the meta picks continue to fade away because we are in Fearless, it becomes more acceptable and honestly a bigger advantage for Friendly Fellas who are used to playing a little bit more unorthodox to pick these champions that you don't normally expect, that near Airport might not necessarily be as used to playing against. So I really think going into this third, the potentially final game, to be honest with you, Yanni, that they really just need to start going for picks that would not be expected by near Airport and really putting them on the back foot in this draft.
Yeah, and you know what? Near Airport's been the one putting the Friendly Fellas on the back foot in the draft because of their bans. Their bans have been consistent. You've been aiming at Wixie with that Callista. It's not something Double F really plays. You've been going up top, keeping Moose Hater behind.
Jax is open.
You can see there was a bit of an adjustment here. Good call out. Tryndamere was the ban, and now they go after 2 of Spica's best junglers. If they want TF Blade can get the first pick Jax, they will not. They will opt into first pick Jhin.
So this is definitely one of Double Lift's more recognizable AD carries, right? This is something that he is really known for and he's really, really good on, especially in combination with a lot of these really strong engage supports. Obviously, the Rel, the Rakan, the Leona, those have all banned away, but you still got, plenty of options here for Biofrost to be able to sync up with this Jhin and allow him angles to, get that Deadly Flourish combination and really lock down a target, potentially for Spica to join up with as well. I think that would provide a lot of setup for your jungle pool, for your jungle champion later down the line. So there's a lot riding here for NA and what they want to do in terms of strategy.
We see Orianna and Kai'Sa getting picked up here for the side of the Friendly Fellas. Alistar going to come in, so probably going to dissuade any ball delivery systems. Jace going to be the pickup as well. So the Friendly Fellas have their pick of the litter when it comes to champions that remain that are good to put the Orianna ball on.
And I have to think they're probably just going to try and lock in their support, right? Try to get something that counters the Alistar, and the Nautilus will be the answer. So similar lane archetypes for the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus. This is a good 2v2 pairing, and something that honestly I think will really complement what Wixie and Tyson have been doing this entire series, right? They want to go aggressive. We saw it so many times in game 2 where Wixie was just dancing on that Ezreal, right? But unfortunately, he didn't really have the early game presence on the champion in order to potentially snowball that further and give an avenue for his team to play around. This time, though, Kai'Sa a little bit more active in the early game and paired up with the Nautilus, it opens up opportunities to get a snowball lead through from the spot.
Hear me out. They're going to Nautilus ult the back line. Kai'Sa's going to get the ball and is going to fly in, and they're going to shockwave around Kai'Sa. It's actually a valid thing that you could do. It's not really the greatest idea. We'll see what the rest of these picks coming out are. Maokai banned, Malphite banned, Viego going to be the pickup here for the Friendly Fellas. This leads me to believe we might see a Gnar maybe come in for the Friendly Fellas on R5. It would be a really good pick. We'll see what the options are for near Airport. They're going to go for Galio here, so that will lock in your solo lanes, and now we just need a jungler.
I honestly could not tell you what Spica's going to go for here. I mean, you need maybe a little bit of oomph, but it's going to be the Kindred that gets locked in. I mean, good choice. You've got the Galio. Now, though, the question becomes, who is going to be played up in the top lane? I mean, it's hard to think of, right? The only other champion unpicked by Moose Hater that he's played before is that Fiora, and that wouldn't be good.
This is good.
I think the Poppy is a good response. There's plenty of dashes, plenty of engage from near Airport, so I do think that this is a good response coming out here from the Friendly Fellas. But the big question is around that Viego, right? Can Griffin step up, be the central carry for this team in this all-important, very decisive Game 3 that will determine whether or not they promote? That is the big question on everybody's mind. Can the facilitator of the Friendly Fellas be the carry when they need it most? It's going to be up to Wixie and Griffin to give them a chance here against near Airport on this Viego and on this Kai'Sa. And it's a tall task, Yanni. I'm not going to lie. Based on how these games have been going, it's very, very difficult to see the light at the end of the tunnel after those last couple of matches.
And one player that's really going to need to step up this game especially is Dunn. There isn't really a good champion to put the ball on. It's really Tyson if you land a long-range hook.
Yeah.
It's really Poppy if you get a creative angle and you happen to be close as Orianna. But most of this game, he's going to have to create for himself, put himself in positions to land multi-man shockwaves, even burn his flash for a couple, because it's going to be such a key ultimate to really tie the room together of what the friendly fellas want to do. We'll see
absolutely
how things shake out, Quacks. So we're already going to see them go after Tyson, deal a little bit of damage. Hook's going to go down. Double lift, just you get off a fourth shot this early, you're going to feel pretty good about it.
Ouch.
As Wixie is taken down to half.
Already forced to pop a pot in the lane as well, so we'll be down a little bit of sustain here for the time being. The silver lining, though, is that Spica's pathing up toward the top side and not toward the bot lane. Really, I think just wanting to get around that dragon, right? I mean, you look for the scaling on near airport, and it is really, really high, right? A lot is riding on this mid-jungle duo and Galio's ability to rotate, so definitely looking at Pobelter this game, as well as Spica, to be able to control the space around a lot of these neutrals early on.
Yeah, clear away from the bottom lane because the Kaisa and the Nautilus, they can be volatile. If you give them some early kills, they will run away with the game. See what the move is going to be for Griffin as well, if he just wants to head to his bottom side or has an inkling of an idea that Spica has only cleared out his bottom side. It looks like it'll just be a top to bottom. We'll see if Griffin maybe is able to make a bot lane impact early.
Yeah, there's no vision around this bot lane. Biofrost and Double Lift not warding, so he could look for an aggressive play, but that wave crashing does mean Biofrost can get down some vision and potentially spot out where Griffin is going to be. As we see a trade in the mid lane, range versus melee, this is always kind of the conundrum that you find yourself in as the Galio. Early trading, not good unless you can land that Justice Punch, and the kind of, it does mean that he's going to have to play a little bit back. So Griffin will probably have some priority around this mid lane until Galio gets some magic resist under his belt.
Spica hopping over the wall, and he's going to try to come all the way around here on Dunn. Dunn playing to his bottom side toward Griffin, but Pobelter, he wants to go in. Dunn has to have an idea that something's not right here. He's out of mana. Flash over the wall. Dunn's got to try to chase Pobelter. Spica wants to find Dunn. He's on vision, and he's got no idea. Now he's just got to try to get to the blast code. One more auto can do it. The shield.
The red buff!
Isn't enough. The red buff burns him away, and Spica gets first blood.
Spica gets the kill, manages to take down Dunn, but the timing that the Orianna bot will allow this Viego to steal away that top crab, to steal away the mark, so it's not all bad for the friendly fellas. They give gold, but a crucial part that allows Kindred to snowball gets taken away from Spica early on, but he might be looking for more. He's wrapping around this bot lane, Yanni.
You're going to go for it. The knockups are there. The root is down onto Tyson. Tyson has just decided, my goose is cooked. It is time to run. Wixie, I hardly knew ye.
Yep, Double Lift. Gonna reap the rewards of that kill. Some gold into the pockets of Jin. And early on, 4.5 minutes in, the two carries of Near Airport juiced up. And it's even going to be better here for Double if they're going to shove in this wave. A clean recall will be there for the Jin, and he will come back with an absolutely massive gold and item advantage. So Near Airport setting up their win conditions early here, and friendly fellas not really able to get anything in response. Griffin has not been able to really make an impact on any of these lanes with this Viego.
I talk a lot about emotional exhaustion, and it's what happens when you're fighting so hard, you're up, you're down, you're all the way around, and then at the end of things, it maybe doesn't go your way, and you come out flat the next game. We've all done it. We've all had those 40, 45-minute bangers with friends where you just don't come out on top, and you're feeling bad about it, and the next game, your team just has nothing in the tank. And right now, the friendly fellas, their tank is on E after that game too. They need something, a miracle, somebody to kickstart this game to get them in it. Because if the game remains this way for much longer, they'll just find themselves out of it before they know it. And it's only 5.5 minutes in, Quacks.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the scaling on this team. Like you said, we're only 5.5 minutes in, but looking, further forward, double marksman is never something that you want to give gold over to in this early game. It is so bad to give gold over to the Jin and the Kindred because they scale. Yeah, okay,
they're going to try to go in onto Biofrost. He's taking a little low, but he flashes away. Griffin unable to make the play, but they do get the flash out.
So they know where the Viego is. It is Griffin on this bot side. So the green light is there for Spica as TF Blade might be going for a solo kill.
Uh-oh, he might get it too. The Poppy Hammer coming through. Who's going to get it? What a flash by TF Blade! Oh! And he finds another solo kill on Moose Hater.
How does he do it every game, Yanni? TF Blade is just absolutely destroying Moose Hater in the laning phase. We were so excited to see this matchup play in principle before we got into the games because of how good Moose Hater has been this tournament at just neutralizing lanes, at stalemating them, and making it difficult for any top lane opposition to get a lead through those first 14 minutes. But TF Blade has completely circumvented that advantage for Friendly Fellas.
Root down. Wixie has to get away. Double lift with the fourth shot. Doesn't look like it's going to land. Oh, man. TF Blade has played these games before, Quacks. He is just absolutely dominating. Trying to maybe make a four-man play onto the bot lane. Griffin is going to walk over a ward. Level 6 for Wixie. I think you just have to try to go for it, but the wave isn't large enough. There's just nothing that the Friendly Fellas can do.
And not only is the wave not large enough, but Pobelter is in a position where he has the hero's entrance, he has the space in order to roam on this Galio. Spica is also on the bot side of the map after resetting and getting those grubs. So all of Near Airport would be there to back up that dive, and now Tyson's going in.
Tried to land the hook. It's Biofrost with the knock-up, the headbutt, trying to get him closer to Spica, but they're going to turn on Tyson, and Spica will find another.
And now Wixie, he's got to get out of here. The threat of a dive is certainly on the table. Spica's got flash, has the Lamb's Respite. The wave is pushing in. And yeah, he has to completely abandon his turret, back away, and sync up with his jungler.
No.
This might not even be enough. What are they
doing?
doing?
Barrier, Lamb's Respite. Health bars are low. They need to find a way away from Griffin. Double lift walking in. Fourth shot lands, but he's got to reload. One more will take him down. And you mentioned the hero's entrance on the side. It keeps Spica upright. 6 kills to nothing. Tyson can't find double lift. It's a cacophony of errors. Friendly. They can't do anything to Friendly Fellas. The knockups are there. Dunn is taunted. Dunn is dead. It's falling apart at the seams, Quacks. This game is in a bad way.
Yep, it's just a monopoly of kills over to Near Airport. Yet again, they're playing the fights better. They're quick on the trigger. Spica was patient, letting Dunn walk closer and closer into the bot lane. He makes his presence known at just the right time. And all of the members of Near Airport, where the gold needs to be, that's where it is. You can see 3 kills onto Spica. Already has the Kraken Slayer here, Yanni, and the other side, Double Lift, getting closer and closer to that Collector. It's an absolute disaster here for the Friendly Fellas. And 4,000 gold in less than 10 minutes. What can you do as this team?
You don't even really have scaling either. Like,
no,
you have to hope that Griffin takes over the body of the most fed member on the team. You catch them out somehow. You catch Spica with his Lamb's Respite down, and you take him over, and then you start carrying the fights with his items. But Quacks, I just don't see it.
I don't see it either. It's really just hoping that Near Airport mess up, that Griffin can get some gold into his pocket as this Viego. But just look at the disengage as well from the side of Near Airport. Look at how hard it is to kill their members, barring, some of the tanks like TF Blade, who will be tankier on this chase, and Pobelter. You've also got to deal with the Lamb's Respite. You've got to deal with the Unbreakable. There are so many different tools in Near Airport's arsenal that just prevent them from dying and allowing those resets from Viego to come through.
Hook down from Biofrost as Double Lift wants to get some damage down onto Tyson. He's at half. Teleport's coming in.
Oh,
Knockups to
no.
there. Double Lift is knocked up. He's stunned. They've CC'd him well.
Oh.
Dunn's teleport means a shutdown will go over to Wixie. And the sign of life.
Yeah, for the time being, Griffin gonna walk up here. Dragon coming up in about 45 seconds. You can see Griffin maybe trying to lay a trap. Not for jungle, but potentially for Pobelter as the flank is coming through here by the Viego. But look at how tanky this Galio is. I do not think he's dying. Yanni, hot take. I know.
Yeah, that take is hotter than those wings that you ate yesterday, my friend.
It's hotter than Forsets.
Yeah, exactly. As things are just going from bad to worse. It is a 4,000 gold deficit. TF Blade has one plate left to take, man. A Moose Hater, credit to him for keeping the CS close here, but this is just so impossible to play in this lane.
Yeah, for sure. It's done. I think this is impossible
Good
for him
flash.
to play. Good
flash.
flash.
Puts the ball
Ooh.
out. He gets rooted as the curtain call comes through, slowing up Tyson a little bit. Tyson going to hook to the wall, and he'll block everything.
Yep, good disengage there from the friendly fellas. Not only from the flash by Dunn, but also the shockwave to prevent any follow-up.
This is crazy.
This is wild. This is... Oh, boy.
Bio Daddy is the one who lands the knock-up, and the hero's entrance is here. Pobelter walks up, lands the taunt, and down goes Nautilus. The teleport coming in from behind. Moose Hater has to make a big play. Double Lift is chunked. He's stunned, but the Lamb's Respite's going to keep him alive. Biofrost is going to get there too, and TF Blade is ready to take over. He's going after Dunn, and he finds him in the back of the pit as Double Lift is alive, and they're not able to take him down. Wixie stuck in the pit too. He falls. Moose Hater getting chased down. He's got a flash. TF Blade not ready to let him off the hook, but he will limp out and watch as the Dragon goes to near airport.
And it's the spacing, it's the Lamb's Respite, it's the Galio providing all the protection. Griffin cannot get any resets on this Viego. He can't find any avenues to take down this backline. And if you cannot get that as Viego, you are unfortunately not going to be able to win out that fight. Near airport, again, 12-2 in kills. 5,000 gold up here, 13 minutes into the game. The plates haven't even dropped. They're going to press their lead even further on these top side grubs. TF Blade, like you said earlier, Yanni, close to taking down that top lane turret, but maybe he might be in a bit of trouble.
They set a trap for him, but the question is, do they have the damage to kill him? He's getting low. Spica coming nearby, but he doesn't have the Lamb's Respite to save him.
Oh, what?
He's still alive for right now, but Spica will claim the kill. A 1-for-1 as Moose Hater has to sprint away.
Yep, Moose Hater gonna get out of there, and for the time being, delay those grubs from the side of near airport. They no longer have their top laner. They've got to respond to the pushing wave on this side of the map, so that denial of the objective going to be there for Friendly Fellows, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to take it themselves as they don't have a jungler. And Moose Hater is walking
really
up.
wants a piece of Spica, but now he's found himself in a bad spot. Blocks the headbutt, but the Ignite is down. Spica will rifle away, and the kill will go to Biofrost. Well earned.
Yep, Biofrost there to protect his jungler. He does just that. Spica stands strong, and he's actually very healthy on this Kindred because of his passive, so he should be able to join right back up with his bot lane on these grubs and take that objective that was once denied away from him.
Goodness.
Good lord.
That's so much damage. I mean, he's got 10 stacks on his Dark Seal, man, and, I got to give a lot of credit to Near Airport. We only touched on it for a little bit, that I thought the series might be a 3-2. And I did explain to you the reason why. And I thought it was because Near Airport would have some times where they wouldn't really play a clean game. They'd leave the door open for Friendly Fellas to be able to come back. But, I mean, aside from game 2 where the door was open a couple of times, games 1 and 3 so far, the door has been slammed shut. It wasn't even open to begin with. They got the padlock. They got everything, man. They got the home security system. Like, finally, they might be able to actually make some sort of a play here as Pobelter is knocked up, trying to get away. He'll flash. He'll get rooted. He's just got to dodge the hook here on Tyson. Can he do it? It looks like he will, but yeah, man, like a really clean game in series so far from Near Airport.
Yeah, I mean, it's so clean that honestly they've got like the new car smell. You all know the one, right? Yep, the one that smells so
and
good.
it's crazy because these players have been around forever, and the new car smell's still here.
Yep, absolutely. It's absolutely wild to see, and really, kind of thinking ahead potentially to the NACL as it looks like near airport, unless they really drop the ball, they are going to be our first team that potentially promote here, Yanni. I'm really excited to see what TF Blade is capable of, right? As a player, many people.
This guy owes it to, I mean, he doesn't owe anybody anything, I'll be honest. However, he owes it to the competitive community at large for what he has done in this series to at least play one game of NACL.
Yeah,
I have to see this guy play.
Yeah,
he is really good. Biofrost,
for sure.
looking to make a play. Heroes, entrance, 1 kill. Here comes the curtain call. 2 kills. Poe Belter gets credit for that one, as the final shot will not land on Wixie.
Yep, so they're going to try and potentially walk on.
He was
upgrading!
Shades of Baker killing Ambition! Oh my goodness! Oh my days! Spica stays alive, and Quacks, I'm so glad you called that out, bro.
Oh my gosh! You could never forget about the Ambition!
Oh, what a callback!
Oh no!
What a callback, man. How many players in the OQs know about that?
Certainly all of the near airport members, because of not only how old they are, but because they capitalized off of that. They knew, they learned.
Dunn in trouble here. He's very close. He's doing a lot of damage to double lift, but he just doesn't have any follow-up. He's got no mana either. Griffin, they're just trying to throw anything at a wall and see what sticks, as Pope Belter will go in and try to save his team. Lands a 2-man taunt, but the teleport is coming in. TF Blade, straight for Dunn on the back line, finds the kill, but now TF Blade's a little too deep. And it's going to be Moose Hater getting a kill. So maybe, just maybe, they're finding a way through these locks, Quacks.
Yep, Friendly Fellows managed to capitalize off of a bit of a over-aggressive TP there from Kiffin. They want more. They want to go all the way.
Never stops. Double lift knocked up. Biopros trying to stay alive, but the turn is doing so much. And Wixie's off to the side. Oh my goodness, he dashes in. He finds the kill. But it's Spica's time to take over. Double kill. Triple kill for Spica.
And that was what was that play there from Friendly Fellows? I mean, you just siege the turret, you can find that, and you could potentially use that to go for the dragon, but they overforced their hand way too far. They were really looking for further kills, but it felt like they had the turret in their clutches off of killing TF Blade. But unfortunately now, Spica getting that triple kill, 8-0 and 11 on the Kindred, onto the Dragon, the second one here for near airport. But honestly, Yanni, do the Dragon stackings even matter at this point? It feels like, 9,000 gold, 18 and a half minutes into the game. Friendly Fellas are limping. The only thing left to do is to sing this series home.
Are you sure they're even limping? Quacks, over on the East Coast, in the New Jersey, Philadelphia area, we have an acronym for this. BTA. Belt to ass. As the old heads of North America relentlessly beating the tar out of the Friendly Fellas, man. They're sieging onto this inhibitor turret. TF Blade has gone in. Oh my goodness, man. The Poe Belter lands a huge taunt. There's not too much you can say, as Dunn was stunned, and he is done. And on the backside, Tyson's got nothing. That's a 4-0.
And Yanni, I do know about another thing you guys say in Philadelphia in honor of your sports team, and that is Fly, Eagles, Fly. But I'm going to modify that saying just a little bit for you here. Near airport, Fly, planes fly. They will be one of your teams in the NACL. So many people excited to see Double Lift. Well, here's your chance. Welcome to Tier 2 Near Airport.
We are now calling boarding group 1, Near Airport, taking flight to the NACL in dominant fashion, Quacks. Game 1, Game 3, these things weren't even close, man. Oh, just what a performance. They got ahead early. They never took their foot off the gas, and Friendly Fellas didn't have a chance.
And you know, it's been 464 days, I counted before this show went live, since Doublelift announced his second retirement. So much has changed since then, but one thing that will never change is his ability to live up to the legend of his name as a winner, as a champion. And today, Near Airport are the NACL OQ champions, one of them at least, and it's going to be so exciting to see this flame rekindled for these players into a new era of League of Legends in North America. I am excited to see Tier 2 now. I feel like a ton of more interest has now just been garnered around the scene because these players are simply going to exist in it, Yanni. And that extra bit of attention, just having these names in the scene, it is going to be a fun time, and I am excited for the future.
We have entered the content era, Quacks. 2025 has thrown everything you know about competitive League of Legends and turned it on its head. We're going to have some content coming to you. Fingers crossed that we can get Ferris an interview with a member of the winning team Near Airport, and then we'll kick it to the desk to wrap a bow on this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back real soon.
Welcome one, welcome all back to the desk and into the new world where we have double lift near airport, all of the gang into the NACL. They grab the first spot into tier 2 and also go through an entire tournament run of this qualifier format, a format that if it did not exist, this team may not even be here, but they did not drop a single game and they moved to the first team into the NACL. Let's get a quick reaction to this game 3 in Alorum. We got the right clip loaded, man. Talk to me about this top lane dominance from TF Play.
Oh man, I mean, top gap. You should be typing that in the all chat at the very end of this. I'm sorry, Moose Hater. Like, I love him, but this was masterclass gapping from TF Play. Just another, and a pretty good matchup too. Poppy into Jace is historically like not a bad matchup for Poppy, and it's just no matter the counter pick that he's picking, he's getting solo killed. TF Blade, just what a series. Just everything he's been doing this time around has been great.
This was just again just desperation from the Friendly Fellas side that falls flat.
Yeah, I mean, desperation leads to some terrible gameplay, right? I mean, massive knockup from Biofrost and just under that tier 2 turret. I mean, this was just grasping at straws, and unfortunately, the Friendly Fellas, I feel like they didn't come to play. Like, they knew they were matched up against, near airport, and they're like, well, guys, we got the wrong side of the bracket. Let's see if we can make it through lowers.
Yeah, we'll get to the lowers conversation soon, but first, K-Man, we have a final player of the game to shout out here, and I think we got a bit of a clue there when we saw the last clip here. Spica goes about as flawless of a Kindred game as you can get.
Yeah, this one to me was very obvious from draft. This Kindred is in a very, very good position to be able to take over. You put that on arguably the best player in the entire tournament with Spica, and that is a recipe to completely take over. We saw him be super aggressive early. He wasn't going to wait for his opportunity to get that power spike. He was going to get those marks as quickly as possible. And the moment that he really started pushing forward, gathering that gold lead, it was just over for Friendly Fellas on the other side.
Yeah, this one was one-sided, certainly. Shibby, quickly before we move any forward, do you want to apologize to near airport right now, man? Or like, you're the only one on here who had them losing. So I don't know. I kind of want to just give you the floor to apologize or something.
I was not familiar with your game, double lift. I was not. I'm apologizing, Speak. I didn't know you came here. Belt to ass. That's what happened. NA to FF. That's the only way I can put it. I apologize. You know what? I believe in Wixie and lowers. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. All right. So I guess we figured out who was the Chiefs today and who was the Eagles. I would certainly say from near airport. So got to give a little bit of love over to my birds. Shout out Yeti for his. I heard the call. I can't believe they got Quacks to say "Fly Eagles Fly." That was hilarious. That's a good way to end it. But let's look forward now and do what I believe will be our final look at the lower bracket right now. We'll move on here. So here's the craziest part about this lower bracket, right, Alorum, is that we are still so far away from the matchup for Friendly Fellas that they actually don't fit on our bracket. They are 2 rounds away from all these matchups we were highlighting earlier.
Are they on the top side or the bottom side?
Top side.
They're on the top side.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm actually very confident in the Friendly Fellas to make it all the way to the finals of losers bracket. Then I'd say if they were against what's coming up next, either Respawn or Citadel, it can kind of go either way. But I'm kind of predicting now finals. Friendly Fellas, I think they're going to beat out Tempest. Friendly Fellas against Citadel. That's what I think.
Okay, all right. We get some Shibby. Any final reactions to this losers bracket? Bounce off Alorum there.
I mean, just you can look at his bracket and go, one of these things is not like the other. That Respawn Citadel matchup is definitely something I'm going to be tuning into personally. I think, I kind of want to go on a curveball here. And I want to say that, I think Ducky Getters actually ends up upsetting one of Respawn or Citadel here. I think both of these teams have looked very shaky. And I think Ducky Getters can do it. And we might end up seeing FF versus Ducky Getters in the wildest twist of events.
Wow, okay. Well, I'll say right here, before we get any further, don't sleep on the St. Clair team. Tempest, it does not have an easy out, I would have to say, the way they played today. But, man, I'm going to steal you for this one. It's time for our final game alert, folks. We'll get a final look at the other matchup on the side of the bracket. It is tied 1 apiece currently, and we go into game 3. We jump right to 50 minutes, K-Man, because we got Elder Steals. It's chaos.
Yeah, we can see Shibby holding his head there. Unfortunately, it's not going the way of Low Jazz here today. King Clueless with the Elder Steel to give all of the pressure over to that side of the map. There is no way really to be able to come back from this. You can even see Low Jazz attempting to chase down Protoss, but like Amaz even getting taken down on the top side of this fight. That really was kind of the game deciding factor. From that point onwards, it's basically a free push down. King Clueless with a really nice Jarvan ultimate here. And as we see, the player we highlighted at the start of today, Nightstar, going untouched. An absolutely unbelievable game from him on the Tristana. He really was the influencing factor towards this win. He absolutely showed up today, and it's going to be a pretty gigantic game number 2 win for the Dogs.
Yeah, I mean, I tweeted out after I saw it. I'm fully on board. You know, you guys convinced me. Alorum, brought the knowledge from his fast watching Nightstar. This guy, if he's playing like this, is certainly the future. But Alorum, I want to bring you into this one because you've been with that critical eye you've had from your pro play. Pointed towards this draft, that we're looking at. This is the Game 4 draft from AMI and Dog fans. Like, we've got some fearless-esque picks, would you say?
It's pretty goofy. One thing, I actually do like AMI's draft other than the Twitch Yumi. I think if they had something like not Twitch Yumi, I guess I really just don't like those champs in particular. But I do like Malphite Orianna because Malphite in this game, he does have a lot of targets to go for, Jinx and Senna. And I mean, I'm not even going to compliment Dog Fans draft either because I don't like Senna here either. This is one of these where it's not even game 5 yet. Imagine what the draft is going to look like coming into game 5 if we're getting this kind of goofy stuff game 4.
That is the best sentiment to hold. And speaking on that, Shibby, I'm gonna pull on your heartstrings, man. I'm gonna make a call to the cult of Low Jazz. Are we getting to game 5? Are you confident enough that we're going the distance?
Listen. I predicted 3-1 for AMI. It should have been 3-1. I don't know what dark forces are out there. The false prophets, the gods that are coming in are doing something. But I think I can call upon the power, the shamans. I'm gonna go back after this show. I'm gonna go in there and sacrifice a goat or something. And I think we're gonna go to game 5 here. I might have to sacrifice double lift potentially.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. So look out, double lifts. Jimmy will do anything to get Low Jazz into the NACL. We've learned today. We've learned a lot today, folks. It's been an absolute blast being on this desk with these three. You truly do not know how much work all these guys have put behind the scenes to make such a fun desk. It was a pleasure to take you through it as the host. Shout outs to all the production team behind the scenes that did. If you thought we did a lot of work, they did about 10 times that. So it's Grapes, it's Caddy, Rare Adam, Chris Sunga, the entire production crew made this look so amazing. We hope you enjoyed this new special edition of Tier 3 tonight. For our casters, Yanni and Quacks, and of course to the newly crowned NACL roster near Airport after their 3 over friendly fellas. We're going to send you guys over to the other side of the upper bracket. Make sure to go show some Titan Esports and Salty Rumback love over there. But for myself, Shibby, K-Man, and Alorum, this is us signing off for one final time. We'll see you when we see you. Take care, everyone.
like crazy, 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 crazy,